Ma'am, I'm just starting the recording now. Pankaj, ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
shall we start?
Yes, please go ahead, ma'am. Um, yeah, not able to hear anything.
Pankaj, ma'am, just give me a minute. There's some technical glitch on my part.
Sure, ma'am. Okay,
Please
so
give me a
should I
minute.
finish the report out and then you want to take it over?
No, ma'am, I'll just do the start the session. Just give me a
Sure,
minute.
ma'am. Sure,
I
ma'am.
guess the network is fine.
Sure. Take your time, ma'am. No problem.
Um, Hello, everybody. So we will start now because there was a technical glitch. Really, you cannot. Your habits will change your future. Great words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. We would like to start today's session and guide us through Department of Management,
It looks like there is some breaks in
hosting
your.
the event today. As we begin the 6th day of AICT Academy, sorry, sir, is that audible?
Ma'am, yeah, there is a lag in the audio because we are unable to hear from your end.
Okay. So, shall I repeat, ma'am, or shall we continue?
We'll continue, ma'am. We'll continue. Part of the thing we have.
Okay.
Yeah, please continue, ma'am.
Sure. So as we begin the 6th day of AICT Training and Learning Academy sponsored faculty development program on driving innovation for sustainable urban growth, smart cities, mobility, logistics, and startup ecosystems, I would like to convey my gratitude to our college management, our dear Director Brother Peter, Deputy Director Brother Titus, Principal Dr. R.N. Subbarao, Vice Principal Mr. Karthik, and ATAL FDP Coordinator Dr. Pankaj on organizing this event. I request Dr. Pankaj to share the reflections of the last session before we begin. Over to you, ma'am.
So, thank you, Vanda ma'am, and I would like to welcome all the participants back again with us on the day 6, that is the last day of our ATAL FDP. And Jalvath, thank you so much. With the due permission, I'll be reporting out for the day 5 sessions, what we have actually executed and what we have achieved. So day 5 was quite of insightful, and there was sessions happened by Monica Smith and Swapnil Taparia. They offered valuable perspectives on the enhancing urban growth through innovation and smart business models. Monica spoke about something on the public-private partnerships for smart city development and vendor management business models. She's the founder of Tradewinds Career Consulting, Boston, USA. She explored the crucial role of PPP, that is a public-private partnerships in the successful development of smart cities. She emphasized the importance of effective collaboration between the government, private sector, and vendors, highlighting business models that optimize resources and ensure sustainable growth and improve the efficiency of smart city infrastructure. Likewise, we had session 10 for day 5, which was conducted by Swapnil Tapadia. He is a joint president and head of Swiss Singapore Overseas Enterprises in Dubai's UAE. Currently, it is called as Aditya Birla Group. And he actually spoke about on the smart logistics and supply chain management, the concept, the basics. He focused on how smart logistics and supply chain solutions are key to optimizing urban efficiency. He discussed innovative technologies and strategies for managing complexities of urban logistics, enhancing operational efficiency, and creating more sustainable supply chains in smart cities. I That's a special mention. I believe he did share something on the Dubai from where he's residing, and he did ensure on some of the case studies he explored, and we also got to know many more insights from him. So both the sessions provided by the both the parties by the speakers and the expert for the day 5, they provided the participant with the actionable knowledge on driving smart, sustainable urban solutions through strategic partnerships and logistics management. With that, thank you so much, everyone. I'll be stay connected with all of you till the evening. So thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Vanda, ma'am.
Thank you, Pankaj ma'am. Today, we have an exciting knowledge-packed day with the 4 exceptional speakers to enlighten us with their expertise.
We are losing you, Vanda, ma'am.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, yes,
I'm
ma'am.
really
Please.
sorry, there's a lot of technical issues on my side.
No problem, ma'am. Please continue. We all understand. We all are on the same side. Can we begin this session and we can highlight Jalvath's profile maybe in the meantime? Is it okay? Because we are already on time, ma'am.
Ma'am, yes, I'm back again. There's a lot of fluctuation happening. So I would not take more time. I would just briefly read out the profile of Mr. Jalvath. So we are honored to have Mr. Jalvath with us today, a versatile techno-legal advocate with extensive expertise in patent drafting, trademark law, company law, and contracts. With a unique blend of technical and legal acumen, he specializes in drafting patents across diverse fields, including
Um, I think there's some technical issues with the network, looks like. So sorry, everyone. Apologies from our end. We are also trying to connect. Jalvath, I think I understand ma'am is also trying to log in from her side. But in the meantime, we'll ensure that we will highlight your profile. So I would request kindly you can begin your session because we have many more sessions once this will get over. So I would really request you. Over to you, Jalvath. Most welcome to ATAL FDP. Today is a session 11. You're on mute, Jalvath. Jalvath, kindly unmute yourself.
Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, pretty much. Please go ahead. Over to you.
Just give me a minute. Let me just align my screens. Just a minute. Whether my screen is visible?
Yes, very much.
Spotlight. Just put this one here. Just give me a minute. Yeah. Yes, I'm pretty much done. Yeah. Yes. Stop sharing something.
Jalvath, as you begin your session, I just want to quickly let you know there are four organizing team member with you in case if you're facing any problem, they will be able to help you out. We have Vandana ma'am, then we have Latif sir, then Soumya ma'am and Chandrakala ma'am. So they will be online with you. I'm also there with you. So in case you're facing any issues, kindly immediately let us know. All right?
Yes. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you for the invite, and I'm really happy to be part of this great event. I think you have been doing this for almost five. This is a sixth day, I believe. So I'm not really sure what are the previous topics, but today's topic is about driving innovation for sustainable urban growth. And I'm also not really sure how much I'm going to repeat the content of other speakers, but let's see how much is possible. I'll make it interesting. And I
Sure.
also
So,
request.
Jagvat, I would try to help you out. They have learned about smart mobilities, smart cities concept, okay, and how this can be dwelled into the startup ecosystems, and how if any young entrepreneur want to get into more into the energy side, the energy mass, biomass, all that concept has been talked about in the last 5 days in very different session, very different capsule form as well. So today, as we are happy to have you around, definitely the focus remains on the IPR. You have a full stage for you. Please make most out of it.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. So we will mainly focus with respect to the IP related activities. Before that, I need a minute. Okay. Okay. So thank you for this stage. And yeah, today I'm just going to speak about the driving innovations for sustainable urban growth. And here we mainly focus related to intellectual property, right? So how the IP is really mainly helping with respect to the innovation for sustainable urban growth as well as for the startup ecosystem. So let me introduce myself because I didn't get a chance to give you a proper introduction. My name is Saidul Jalvath. I'm the founder of organization called Arhelux, and we mainly focus with respect to intellectual property rights. We help organizations to protect their patent rights, trademark, IP, most of the IP rights in Bangalore as well as in other countries, and we also work in a lot of corporate legal segment. And we help mainly companies with IP prosecutions, IPR management. We do IP auditing and valuation when it comes to the collaboration. And we also help organizations to commercialize the IP. So this is the main activities we do in Bangalore. And coming to today's topic, so we going to have a kind of introduction. So this is a table of contents. So we are going to have a kind of introduction about what is sustainable invention and how it is helping the urban growth. What are the IPs involved in the sustainable inventions? And second, we are also going to see what is World Intellectual Property Organization and what are the initiatives WIPO is taking care with respect to SDG, that is Sustainable Development Goals, aligned with United Nations plan. And also we are going to discuss about how this WIPO is working with the different countries, mainly with India also, and how they're helping India to just catch up the Sustainable Development Goals. So those things we are trying to discuss today. And if you have any doubts, please feel free to stop me and you can ask me a question. So it is not necessary that you need to wait for the Q&A session. You can just stop me and you can ask me a question. So this is what I have planned today. And with that particular stage, we'll get into the introduction. So what is sustainable urban growth. So sustainable urban growth involves the balance between economic growth, environmental health, and the societal or social well-being. It also emphasizes the balance between the need of their current population. At the same time, we also must ensure that the resource and opportunities which are available are properly protected for the future generation. That is the main reason for the sustainable urban growth. And we also believe that the startup ecosystem available not only in India, in most of the countries, serves the hub for innovation. And these startups are mainly addressing the urban challenges through technology as well as creative solutions. So throughout the sessions, we are going to see how the startups are really working towards the sustainable urban. Mostly the startups are working towards the sustainable urban growth. And globally speaking, we have startups that have access to at least 1.4 trillion US dollar smart city markets by the end of 2030. So that much of huge market is also available for the startups with respect to the sustainable urban growth. And mainly they are working with respect to the urban populations, removing the congestions through mobility innovations like ride sharing, electric vehicles, and reducing the carbon footprints, and much more. And the role of intellectual property in promoting the sustainable development is we have at least last year, if I'm not wrong, we have at least 5.4 million inventions filed throughout the world. And the role of WIPO is to track, monitor all these inventions throughout the world. And WIPO also identified more than 3,000 technology verticals only with respect to the clean and green energy segment. So these are all the introduction about the sustainable urban growth and how WIPO is also trying to align with the development of the sustainable development growth. And when it comes to the sustainable development, we also have a lot of challenges. Let's see a few challenges in the sustainable urban growth, mainly with respect to the rising population. And the statistics shows that there are 55% of world population resides in urban areas, and it is projected to reach 68% by 2050. It is projected by United Nations. And this drives the demand for housing, infrastructure, and other services, maybe mobility and waste management. A lot of services are available. At the same time, we have a lot of resource scarcity as well. So city consumes 70% of global energy and generate 80% of CO2 carbon footprints. And we also have limited access to the clean water, sustainable energy, and other persistent issues. And similarly, with all these issues in hand, we also have the environmental impacts like deforestation, air pollutions, and waste accumulation. So these are the few challenges we have it in hand, and at the same time, we believe these innovations and inventions as a main solution. These are the solutions can address all these challenges. As part of the smart mobility, if we are speaking, we have electric and as well as autonomous vehicle. That is mainly reducing the traffic congestions and emissions, because even now we have the metro, which is autonomous metros connecting different places. And we have IoT as well as artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence plays a very critical and crucial role in the sustainable development, because it can optimize the use of energy, water, and waste management system. Similarly, we have solar and wind technology. There are huge amount of inventions which are coming in solar and wind technologies. And with India, we are leading almost 100 gigawatts of renewable capacity, which is under the National Solar Mission. So these are the initiatives we are trying to take to overcome these kind of challenges. Next, when it comes to WIPO, so WIPO as well as the Sustainable Development Goal. So WIPO is mainly called as World Intellectual Property Organization. So this organization helps to manage, monitor inventions which are coming from different countries. Okay, so they have the central repository, and this central repository will manage all the IPs or inventions which are coming from all over the world. And it also promotes sustainable innovation globally, particularly by aligning its activities with the United Nations SDGs. WIPO also mainly focus on 3 to 4 SDGs like SDG 9, SDG 7, and SDG 13, mainly for climate actions. And it also helps to collaborate between countries and it also help their inventions inventions from the innovator to protect in very simpler mechanism. It also acts as a marketplace, and it also helps connecting the green technology innovators with the implementers. And if I'm not wrong, WIPO, along with European nations and other few countries, they developed a cooperative pattern classification. And in this cooperative pattern classification, they have a separate verticals for green technology. So there they promote a lot of inventions related to the urban development or smart mobility and other waste management and other new technologies. So these are the main activities of WIPO when it comes to the sustainable development growth. And as I told, like WIPO Green Initiative, so this is different vertical, and this WIPO Green was initiated in the year 2013, and the main focus is to connect the innovators who are developing a lot of inventions in the green technology and the users who are going to consume the green technologies. And it was launched in 2013. And it's mainly for the sustainability and environmental protection, sustainability and as well as the environmental protection. This increase in climate actions related patterns by 180 percentage from 2013, and China leader in this green patterns, and they are contributing almost 40 percentage of the global invention. And WIPO also hosted almost 3,000 environmental friendly technologies. So these all 3,000 technologies are classified as the green technologies. So this is the great initiative taken by WIPO. It's called WIPO Green, and you can get most of the information about WIPO Green from the WIPO website itself. And they act as a marketplace. Basically, they act as a marketplace, and they'll try to bridge the gap between the inventor as well as the user who is going to, basically the countries who want to use this green technologies. That is called WIPO Green. And these are the few examples of the technologies which are used by the WIPO related to the climate change, renewable energy, waste management, and low carbon solutions. So if you search their patent database with this kind of specific names, with specific keywords, then you will get listed all the patents which are filed in this particular in this particular segment. So there are thousands and thousands of patents every year they are filing, and as I already mentioned, China plays a very huge role, and they are almost filing 40% of global inventions with respect to the green technology. So you can have access to all the inventions which are coming from all over the world. So that's the main initiative from WIPO. And what is the WIPO support program for India? So WIPO supports India Startup Initiative. So we have Startup India Initiative, and WIPO plays a major role in integrating the IP strategies into their startup operation. So they mainly leverage the usage of IP. They simplified the IP operations. Okay, so and they have a lot of collaborative action. So they are coming here and they are training the IP professionals in India, and the Indian IP offices are directly getting the trainings from WIPO professionals. And the programs like National Solar Mission, large scale renewable energy. So these are the few programs directly monitored by WIPO, and they receive the IP support through the global partnership facilitated by WIPO. And another good thing is the National Solar Mission launched in 2010, and its primary objective is to promote solar energy technology. And initially, it was aimed to achieve 20 gigawatt of solar power by 2022, but later they revised the goal to 100 gigawatts. So that is the current goal we are working to get solar to get the power from the solar energy. and it also aimed to create 1 million jobs between 2017 to 2022, and most of the informations are available about the National Solar Mission is available in the energy.gov, which is the US as well as India collaboration, energy collaboration. So you can go through this particular site and can find out what is the India's initiative, how US and United States is supporting India in achieving this kind of goals, how WIPO is helping to get this kind of information. So those all informations are well documented in this particular site. And as I mentioned, WIPO is periodically conducting workshops and knowledge sharing sessions by the WIPO professionals, and they are coming to Indian IP office, or Indian IP professionals are traveling to Geneva. It is headquartered in Geneva, so they are working. They are having a lot of collaborations with Indian IP office in running this workshops and sessions. And the main aim is to make IP accessible to everyone. So that is the main thing. So this is the initiative taken by WIPO with respect to sustainable development goal. And when it comes to inventions or innovations, so these are the inventions filed in 2023. So with respect to SDG 13, that climate action, 11 lakh inventions filed last year. At the same time, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, 8 lakh inventions filed. SDG 11, 6, clean water and sanitization, 2 lakh inventions. Life below water as well as life on land, almost 2.5 lakh inventions filed. So these are the inventions filed by different countries when it comes to the sustainable development goal. So these all inventions are accessible or available in the WIPO patent database, and any inventors or anyone want to utilize these inventions, you can approach WIPO directly, and you can have the collaboration with the inventors, as well as they provide a marketplace to execute this kind of inventions in a particular country. And most of the inventions are coming from the startup, and let's see how the startups are using this invention for the sustainable urban growth. Okay, so this is one such example. So there are multiple startups working in this smart energy solution, urban mobility, electric vehicles, waste to energy technologies, pattern for AI system. I believe few of the inventions or few of the sessions are given by your previous speakers. Am I audible? Any? Uh, uh,
You're audible, sir.
yes. And if there is anything, please feel free to stop me, because there are some technical glitches I faced earlier. So if there are anything, if you can't hear, please feel free to stop me.
Sure, sir.
So let's see how these startups are sorry. So let's see how these startups are shaping the smart cities with respect to the intellectual properties. So we have these kind of technologies. Let's get into the next case study. Okay, so let's go into the case study, and we have two different case studies. One case study is from US, United States, and the other one is from India also. So we'll see both the things, and let me just align it here again. Okay. So I think I went to the next. Okay. So this case study, as I already mentioned, like China is the largest producer of patent, and only with that too mainly with respect to green technologies. And Switzerland, there's a leader in renewable energy patent. So if you see the patents from renewable energy, you can get lot of invention from Switzerland. Similarly, we have a case study from San Diego. San Diego Smart City Initiative. So San Diego is a city in California, has implemented variety of smart city technologies with respect to urban challenges, such as they have energy efficiency, they have environmental sustainability, public mobility. The city also introduced the IoT-enabled LED street lights, so that reduce the energy consumption up to 60% compared to the traditional sodium vapor line. At the same time, it also saved 2.2 million annually. It is saving 2.2 million US dollars annually. Also, they have integrated a lot of sensors into the streetlight, which gather information to optimize the usage of energy to reduce the maintenance cost. At the same time, San Diego solar to EV project. So that is powered by all the EV charging stations are provided by the solar technology. encouraging electric vehicles to adopt and significantly reduce the greenhouse emissions. And they also have the free ride everywhere downtown. So that is the FRED program. Using this, they have the electric shuttles that reduced carbon emission of by 750 metric tons. Just trying to improve the mobility while maintaining the eco-friendliness. So these are the case studies from San Diego with respect to the sustainable development goals. Similarly, we also have the case study from India. So Indian startups actually helping or in shaping the smart cities. So we have multiple initiatives under the Startup India scheme. So India itself is established as a third largest startup ecosystem. We have fund of fund for startups, FFS. We have credit guarantee schemes, Skill India, and ATAL Innovation Mission. So I think this is also a part of ATAL Innovation Mission. And India rises almost now we are in the 40th place in terms of global innovation index. So that is also given by WIPO. We are in 40th place, and we almost hosted 95,000 plus startups with over 100 unicorns and valued over 1 billion each. 1 billion. Indian startups has reached 44 billion US dollar in 2022, and mainly into mobility, logistics, and green energy. So these are the Indian startups which have a great impact in shaping the urban or smart cities. Okay. And when it comes to the actual study, we have a lot of startups when it comes to e-mobility and logistic hub. And when it comes to e-mobility, we have Ola electric driving vehicles. So they given almost 5 lakh EV vehicles are available in the road. And we also have the integration of smart sensors and IoT for real-time urban management. So even in many places, the traffic signals are integrated with artificial intelligence and IoT. And they are claiming that it will reduce the traffic congestion by 20%. But in Bangalore, I'm not really sure. We need to really see whether the traffic is reduced or not yet reduced. So, but there are a lot of technologies using artificial intelligence which can help the traffic congestion. At the same time, when it comes to logistics, we have companies in India like Delivery and Shadowfax, and they are really using the artificial intelligence IoT, and they are claiming that they are reducing the last minute delivery time by 30%. So that is one good thing they are doing it. At the same time, they have the smart city solution over 1,600 smart city projects have been implemented under the smart city vision, and value of each project is 2 lakh crore. So it's almost 25 billion US dollar worth of smart city mission is really happening in India. Okay. And what is the alliance between world intellectual property as well as India? So WIPO is mainly helping Indian IP office, or they're mainly helping with creating awareness about intellectual property rights for the Indian innovators as well as the startup ecosystem. So as part of this IP literacy campaign, they provide a lot of incentives for green technologies. At the same time, they also have a report of 11% increase in Indian patent filing since 2020. At the same time, we are in 40th place. So our global invention index is, as per the global innovation index, we are in 40th place. But we are showing a steady progress when it comes to innovation index. At the same time, we also have a B20 summit, which recently happened, and that is reported by the Confederation of Indian Industry CII. It happened in August 23rd, 2023. And the vision is to provide AI for all. So how to utilize the AI? There are multiple policies which are framed when it comes to artificial intelligence, like the artificial intelligence for healthcare, agriculture, climate change, infrastructure. At the same time, they have the UNESCO ethics for AI recommendation 2021. So this provides the framework. The UNESCO ethics for AI recommendation as the framework how to use the artificial intelligence with transparency, fairness, accountability, and literacy. So these are the frameworks given in the UNESCO ethics. At the same time, we have the universal guidelines for AI, UGAI framework, which is released in the B20 summit, and global partnership for AI. So that encourages how we are going to collaborate with the international AI and international R&D research and development with respect to AI. So these policies are released in the Business 20 B20 Summit 2023. And this speaks about the complete information of how India is going to use artificial intelligence along with the other country in collaboration with the other countries. So these are the informations which are available, and you can go through that. And yes, as already we have seen, like collaborating with startup ecosystem is the only option to overcome all the urban development challenges, and it is our responsibility to utilize the IP. So the inventions are available all over the world, and there are a lot of good frameworks are available given by the WIPO to commercialize, to utilize this IP which are generated by different innovators and all part of the country, and they have a very good platform to commercialize it, to utilize this IP. And we need to leverage WIPO resources available in their WIPO site to accelerate the innovation, to accelerate the usage of the green technologies in our day-to-day life. So informations are available, lot of inventions are coming up. So we need to leverage it to utilize it to the maximum. So that's the main motto of this particular session. So I'm ready to take all the questions now.
Thank you, sir. It was very insightful session. I request the participants to post their questions in the chat box. Participants, if you have any queries or questions, please post it in the chat box.
Vanda ma'am, we can start looking into the reflections so that it will help
Sure.
us to on the topic.
Yes, ma'am. May I ask a few participants to reflect upon the session? We will be calling out the names for you to give your reflections, or you can volunteer to do the same. You can just raise your hand if you want to share any reflections.
Yeah, I have one question from Madam Soumya Unnikrishnan. So, see, there is no specific cost related to the SDG. So, the cost for filing an invention is same, whether it is coming under SDG or it is not coming under SDG is going to be the same. So, the actual cost for filing an invention is 5,600 in India. So, if you want to file a patent in India, the government fees is 5,600. But as I mentioned, as part of the startup ecosystem, Startup India scheme or MSME scheme, and a startup which is coming under this MSME scheme can claim reimburse up to 1 lakh for the total expenses incurred by them in filing a patent. And when it comes to the international patent, if they want to file a patent outside India, maybe in US or Europe, they can climb up to 5 lakhs. So that is the support provided by the Indian government when it comes to filing an invention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
So,
sir. Yes.
Jalvath, probably as we are discussing about the smart mobility, and this is how the theme was for the entire 6 days at FDP. Maybe your recommendations for our participants, like how they can think about patenting when it comes to the smart mobility, especially these days the focus remains on the energy, the electric vehicles, or maybe anything to do with energy or the sustainable goals what we are actually following through. So maybe some of your recommendation if you want to bring it up.
As I mentioned, there are a lot of inventions are coming with respect to smart mobility. So what I recommend you is you try to access the WIPO patent database, and you need to really do a search with respect to the smart mobility. And the WIPO database has the AI feature integrated, and it is capable of translating all language into English. Maybe even if there is any inventions which is filed by Chinese or Japanese, this tool has the facility to convert this Chinese language into to English. So English language. So you do a kind of search. You will try to understand what kind of inventions which are happening in the world. Then you can get an idea. Then you can focus on a problem what you are facing it, and based on the problem you can come up with the innovative solution. So that way you can protect your invention. At the same time you will get a recognition for your invention.
Okay. So in
My
continuation,
Yeah,
yeah.
my recommendation is try to work with the patent database, whether it is WIPO is the best one. And if you want to understand the inventions which are coming in India, you can get into the Indian patent database and you can get a complete information of what the inventions which is coming in that particular segment.
Okay, in continuation with the same topic, because we are talking about the invention in India, so how does these policies, government policies, which actually can help the inventor, especially when it is a Indianized version of it? So, what is your take on that?
The policy will help you in understanding, or it will help you in leveraging the facilities provided by the Indian government as well as the other country governments. For example, as per the policy, we have a collaboration with other countries. So as part of that, we have the Indian US, the National Solar Mission is part of the India and US collaboration. Similarly we have multiple policies. As per the policy only, we have 80% of discount in the in government fee filing a patent with respect to government fees. For example, if you are not coming under MSME or startup, the cost of the patent, the government fees itself almost something around 60,000 rupees. So there's a 80% discount for you. So that way only the policies are helping. And
Sure.
similarly, we have a single window system. So initially, if I'm not wrong, so if you want to file a patent in India and other countries, you have to individually go to the each and every country and you need to file an invention there. But now that is not the case. We have a single window operating system. India is also part of the TRIPS agreement. So based on this particular policies, from India, you can file your invention or you can protect your invention 192 countries through Indian Patent Office. So these
Sure.
are advantages you are getting with respect to the government policies.
I can see one of the participant, Amura. I believe you have raised your hand. Kindly unmute yourself. Vanda ma'am, can you please unmute the
Yes,
person?
yes, yes. She has been given the
Okay, it has been
permission.
done.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Amura?
So meanwhile, I have a question on again patenting, sir. Like in India, how startup friendly are these patenting procedures in India?
No, so in what context we are speaking, whether it
Like
is
for a startup, sir, if there is a startup and they want to go for patenting, are these procedures that they have to go through, are they very friendly? I mean, in the sense they are easier for them to go for it, or is it a very tedious process?
No, it is very friendly, madam, because we have a lot of, so that is the reason government is giving you, you're providing opportunity to climb up to 1 lakh. So you can go to any sophisticated IP attorneys and you can spend up to 1 lakh, and same 1 lakh can be claimed from the government itself. So honestly speaking, with respect to the procedure, it is very simple. It is not really complicated. And you have lot of manuals, training programs conducted by World Intellectual Property Organization, at the same time Indian Patent Office. So it is, yeah, you can enroll in those trainings, and you can get the complete information about how to file a patent in India. But it is not necessary that you need to go on. You need to do it by yourself. So that is the reason you can work with any IP attorneys and you can get it done.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. And one more question I have, sir. Like in continuation to this, like do we find more patenting of recently as compared to like the earlier days? Like, do you find there is an increase now, sir, post-COVID I'm talking about?
huge increase in filing patterns, madam. So and I'm not really sure whether you access the global innovation index from WIPO. So last year, if I'm not wrong, they have filed almost 55 lakhs inventions all over the world, and almost 75% is not 75 out of 55. 17 lakhs came from China. Okay, and China filed 17 lakhs, then US filed 6 lakh inventions. This is a total invention, not with respect to one particular technology, total invention I'm speaking. Then third is the Japan, fourth is, so third is Japan, the third is European Patent Office, fourth is Japan, fifth is Korea, then we are in sixth place. There's a huge increase in filing the inventions, madam, protecting their inventions. And we are also showing the very steady growth year on year. So last year, I think we crossed almost 1 lakh inventions, I believe, from India.
Thanks a lot, sir. That was very insightful session again. I think there are no more questions.
Ma'am, one
Yes,
second. I was just getting on my personal window. It's one or two questions which has come to me directly. Jalvath, if you're comfortable, I'll be able to read
Yeah,
out for you.
please.
Yes. So, in the context of smart mobility, how can IPR frameworks effectively balance the need for protecting proprietary innovations with the necessity of fostering open innovation and cross industry collaborations, especially considering the latest technological advancement and convergence of different sectors like AI, IoT, and transportation?
If you don't mind, can you read the question again? So of what
Yes,
I'm.
yes. So it is more to do with how can the IPR framework actually balance the need of protecting the proprietary innovation when we are talking about the open innovation and the cross-industry collaboration and with the latest technology, because we all of us are moving ahead because we're talking about the smart mobility, so AI, IoT, and then if we have to relate this with the transportation, how this IPR framework actually effectively balances the need.
The IPR framework will help you to protect your invention. So and also it will really help you in getting a kind of collaboration with other organizations. Let me take one example. We have we have the okay, so application Ola application we have. Similarly, we have Uber. And now if you see in Bangalore, there are 4, 5 similar applications. So initially there are only two applications, I believe. Now we have an Namayatri, now we have Rapido. So these companies are really working on the smart mobility. So they are trying to connect the last mile connectivity. So, for example, even way back, Ola used only the IP, the IP generated by Google. So they mainly use the Google Maps. I see they map IP. So they got a license from them and they used it. But now they have their own map. They have their own proprietary software. So it is not necessary for them to get license from Google to use the map. So they have their own proprietary map software. So in that way. So there are a lot of inventions are happening. So many people are using Ola, but now few people are using started using Rapido because they have the bike taxi. Similarly, tomorrow you can come up with some kind of innovation thing to connect the last mile to satisfy the fulfill the last mile connectivity, which is much more simpler than Rapido, the bike taxis. Then ultimately you will have your own market share. You can collaborate with other organizations. So that will really help. So IPR plays a very, very significant role when it comes to any kind of technology. Hope I answered the question.
Sure. In the same lines, Jalvad, because I also come from the same background from IT, and I was just thinking loud. Some of these smart mobility solutions, for example, vehicle to everything communication systems, okay? And let's say if we are developing some sort of autonomous driving algorithms, how IPR will be actually getting into this kind of when we are developing, do the development actually. Because sometimes what happened, there is a very fine line between the patenting and at the same time we are talking with the copywriting as well. So I would really request you to actually give us some context. how these two may get, differentiated, because it's a very fine line difference between the IPR and copywriting.
No, so there is a basic misunderstanding with respect to IPR. So, see, IPR is it's a whole bunch of rights. So it includes patent, trademark, copyright, geographical indications, design, and semiconductor isolate. So in India, we have 7 different IP segments. So everything is classified as IP rights. Okay, so for example, if you have an invention, then that invention has to be protected by patent, not by copyright. But if you have any kind of books, or if you have any kind of creatives with respect to cinematography or music, or even any kind of software applications, so those things has to be protected as a copyright. So each and every creative or each and every invention has to be protected based on the local law. So in India, if
Okay.
you have a software application, that has to be protected by the copyright. If you have an invention, that has to be protected by the patent. If you have any kind of product design, then it has to be protected by the Design Act. So it depends upon what is your invention.
So, for example, if I am developing any sort of algorithm and the user manual, because see, I'll be doing some sort of um, development for to the user base, and at the same time, I'll be developing some sort of user manual for the user front. So, in this case, what can be done, because at the same time my idea is a niche idea and it's a unique idea, so that I can go for the patenting and I can claim my patent, on that, patenting on that. But at the same time, if I'm doing the user manual, I'm writing, because when I'm talking about the copywriting, I just wanted to, for our participant, I just wanted to make it very, very clear. If I'm developing a user manual for the same thing, can I go for the copywriting?
You can go for a copyright.
Okay. Sure. So I think this is what I have from my end. In the meanwhile, I would really invite some of the participants quickly for their reflection. So stay connected with us, Jalvath, because there are multiple perspectives coming from the different participants, because our participants spans across different domain, because some of them are coming from the engineering background, and then some of them are from they are actually performing their research. Some of them are the PhD scholars, and we do have our PG students who are also joining with us. So let me read out few of the names for you, and then probably we'll see how long we are. I would really request some of you participant, otherwise I'll be start reading out the names from the participant list, because I can see almost over 170 participants online. Dr. Rachana Tiwari, do we have Dr. Sunita KM, Dr. Suti Narula Markan, Dr. Raji Thomas, Dr. V. Suresh Babu, Dr. M. Sarvanan, Dr. Rima Lobo. Okay, so maybe looks like everyone is traveling back home. So no problem. We will give couple of more minutes, participants, if you have anything more, because Jalvath has taken his time out today. I know he's quite occupied with so many multiple engagements across, not even in India, outside of India as well. So we will have to really appreciate his effort. And I could see Dr. VHS Pallavi has raised her hand. You want to, can you please unmute her, ma'am? Vanda ma'am, please unmute Dr. VHS
Sure, ma'am.
Pallavi.
Just a moment. I'll do that.
Someone is
Yes,
asking
ma'am.
feedback link.
Yes, Dr. Pallavi, you can speak now.
Hello, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam, from 2 days I've been trying. Finally, I got the chance to thank you.
Oh, so sorry. We are trying our best, ma'am. So please carry on. You have the stage with you.
Yes, madam. Actually, first I want to say thanks to Jalvath sir. He has been very clear about IPO. We knew basics about IPO, but he spoke about WIPO, World IPO. That was very good. And one thing is actually we come from a non-technical institution, and so we had last time from Patent Office Nagpur is they have conducted an online session, madam, on IPR. And by watching that, one of our student has come up with an idea, and we could help that person. And now he has filed his for the patent. And we are very happy that one of our students coming from a non-technical background has gone up to that extent. So that is because of such FDPs and IPO, what can we say, extension activities done by IPO of India. So that is one thing I want to appreciate, and I want to say to everyone that we should encourage our students. This is an awareness program, but along with taking value ourselves, we need to appreciate we need to extend these values and these directions to our students also. These
Absolutely,
We should
ma'am.
not stop with this, madam. This is a very valuable sessions. The whole team of you have really curated so many people, and by seeing all these people's words, we can understand that as they grow, they become more humble. That is what we have learned, and we are making it a point to see that every day we are writing notes. Our team of 15 members have joined, and after
Wonderful.
our student exams are finished, we are going to have sessions to our students. We are going to transfer this knowledge to them.
Very
So
good. So
I'm
delighted to hear from you, ma'am.
I'm very much thankful to Francis College and Pankaj Madam for remembering our college and personally sending the invitation to us. Though we are a non-technical, we have milked so much from this FDP, Madam.
Ma'am,
Thank
one thing I
yes,
just wanted to address here, and I really admire the words coming from you.
Madam.
And Jalvath will also agree with me. There is nothing called as technical and non-technical, right? It all begins with how unique is your idea.
Yes,
If your
madam,
idea
is
and if it
true.
is
But
useful for
when
the
we
end
are
user,
at the grassroots level, when we are at our level, in our colleges, we give muzzle for the economy. You give mind. No doubt you give minds, madam. Engineering and all these computer technologies, mind. But what we give is the muzzle. We give the manpower to you.
exactly. So, one thing I want to do bring in the notice, ma'am, St. Francis College is also a management and commerce institution.
Oh,
So we
yes,
are
madam.
trying our best that our students should also be in line with whatever they are up to. There's nothing, that's what there's a very fine line between the technical and the non-technical
Yes,
courses,
madam.
just a matter of the time and how
Yes.
fast they pick up. That's all, right? Jalvat, if you
Right.
want to bring something more.
No, very true. I was about to tell the same thing. So what you said. So it is not necessary that you need to have a technical degree to file a patent. So only thing is you must know what is the problem and how you are going to solve it. So if my mentor usually tell, like, if I find a problem, then half of my work is done. So the solution anyone can come and give it. So your
That's true,
main
sir.
main goal is to find a problem. So you identify a problem automatically you will get a solution. And if it is a unique solution, then you will get a patent right for that. So
Exactly, because technology is just the supporting hand, Pallavi ma'am, because idea remains as unique. At the same time, how the end user is getting the advantage out of that, and how simple is that idea. That's what really matters. So technology is just the kind of device, or I would say it's a connection between the idea and the end user, and technology is helping you out. So that's all I think I wanted to say. All right, so thank you so much,
Pankaj
Pallavi
ma'am,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Pankaj ma'am, Dr. Sunita wanted to speak. And one more thing, ma'am, before when we called out the names, maybe they were not able to unmute themselves. I request participants, if you want to speak, please raise your hands so that raise the hand here so that we can unmute you and you can be able to speak. Over
Yes,
to
yes, very much.
Uh, Dr. Sunita, if I'm not wrong. Yes, ma'am. Sunita, ma'am. Dr. Sunita, are you there? We have a question in the chat section, sir. How do we know about our idea is either registered or not is the question
okay.
by Dr. Anita.
Okay, so that is that is the way you can utilize the patent database. So we have Indian patent database. At the same time, as I mentioned, we have the report database. If I have some time, I can quickly just show you the database which are available. So,
Sure.
so let me
Sure, sir. You can go ahead and show it to us.
just a minute. So meanwhile, I'm just loading the site. I'll also explain. So this database will have the list of ideas which are filed by the inventors, and your job is to find out whether the inventions, whatever you are thinking, is already patented by somebody else or not. Let me take you patent scope. So let me just share the screen. Let's have a screen now. My screen is visible here. Pankaj ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes, yes, sir. It is
Yes,
visible.
we can see that. Yes, we can see that.
So let me just, so this is the patent scope is the database, which is, let me just, database provided by WIPO, World IP Organization. So let me just take one example. So let me take the title. So maybe English title, let me take. Okay, so that's a fuel combination. Let me put, I'll just put smart mobility.
Okay. Jalvath, in the meanwhile, there's one participant. She's been approaching me. I would like to invite her. Maybe you can continue.
Yes.
Is it fine with you?
Yeah, it is fine. So
Yeah.
see, for example, if I'm just putting a smart mobility as a keyword, I could able to get almost 11 lakh inventions filed by the inventor. So there are 11 lakhs inventions with respect to smart mobility. So let me go inside and see what is really happening. See, for example, so this one function, multifunctional smart mobility and device and method of use. There is a way they are using this smart mobility. Okay. And let me just, the cloud-based communication device for smart mobility. So see, when it comes to smart mobility, there are a lot of technologies involved, not only with respect to engine or EV. So the way you are sharing the information, the way you are communicating with other devices, there are a lot of inventions. So the best place is the patent database, whether it is Indian database or maybe European US patent database. So you try to play around with the patent database. You try to give multiple combination permutations of the keywords of about your invention. Then it will give you the exact idea. Which may be similar to your idea, may not be similar to your idea. So from there you can understand what is really filed, what is really protected, and if something is not protected, and if your idea is very unique, then you can file it as a patent. And it will also give
Sure.
you complete analysis of how many, let me just show you how many inventions filed by the country. So, for example, so last 2024, 96 inventions came from smart mobility. Okay, and out of that, total 6 lakh inventions come from United States, and PCT, European Patent Office filed 1 lakh. Let me go to 2024 data. So 2024 data. So door access. See, door access control has in the smart mobility as a invention. How to open a door and how to close a door. Okay. And method of remotely measuring impedance rock and or samples. I don't know whether it is smart mobility or not. So door access control system method of upgrade motorized mobile chair to a smart motorized mobile. So how you are connecting your mobile phone with the with motorized chair, which is used for disability. So tons and tons of inventions are available, madam. So it's all about how you are utilizing it, how you are leveraging it. Hope that answered your question.
Sure. So I would like to invite Dr. Tana Pakyam, ma'am. I think she has been waiting to reflect on the sessions what we have conducted. Ma'am, Tana ma'am, I hope you are there. Vanda ma'am, kindly give Tana ma'am, maybe if you can unmute her. And I can see Rashmi ma'am is already online. So we'll take 1 or 2 more minutes, Rashmi ma'am, and then we'll be beginning your session. Also, organizers kindly post the link for the feedback link for the Jalvath session, because I think I can see some of the queries are coming on the link to mark their feedback and attendance. So
It's
kindly give.
already shared, ma'am.
Yes.
Shared,
Tana
ma'am.
ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for like 3, 4 days. I had been trying to talk to you through this FDP. Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me. So let me share my reflection on this entire FDP. First of all, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizing team, especially Dr. Pankaj Tiwari, ma'am, for your meticulous planning and execution of this ATAL FDP, ma'am. Ma'am, your efforts have created this platform where you have brought together industry and academia, which provides us a valuable insights into sustainable urban growth, smart cities, logistics, and startup ecosystem. Thank you for the opportunity to learn from these esteemed experts, ma'am. Their pragmatic perspectives have surely enriched our understanding and inspired us to think critically about the future of our cities. We truly understand the complexities of smart cities. This FDP offers unique opportunity to learn from industry and academic experts who brings diverse perspectives and real world experience. We gained a lot of insights into the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities into small and smart city development. To conclude, let's work together to build smarter and more sustainable and more equitable cities in the generation to come. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the wonderful planning and execution of this particular ATAL FDP. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you so much, Tana ma'am. I think it's all goes to the participants. We do have very interactive and very beautiful participants. Luckily, we've got everybody on board, and we can see almost still, though it's a Saturday, I know some of them are on the way to their home back, or maybe they're still working. So we still have more than 170, or maybe around 170 I can see now. So Jalvath, thank you so much on behalf of AICT, ATAL, and St. Francis College Management. We really wanted to be thankful from our heart, and we have learned immense learning on the IPR, and hopefully the same collaboration will continue in the future also. So thank you again, once again to you.
Thank you for the opportunity, madam. I congratulate all the participants. So come up with a lot of innovations and inventions, and I'm always ready to. I am there to support San Francis and the inventors. Thank you for the opportunity once again. Wish you good luck.
Thank you. So over to Vanda ma'am. I can see Rashmi ma'am is already there online.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you, Jalvath, sir.
No.
Yes, Jalvath.
Thank you. With your permission, I'm leaving now. I have a meeting
Yeah,
with.
please, please. It's purely your discretion. If you want to be continue with us, we are online till 8 o'clock today, because it's going to be a prolonged day today. if you
Thank you.
surely ever wish.
So we are here once again to continue the session with another interesting topic. Before we dive into the session, I would like to invite Dr. Latif to introduce our speaker for the day. Over to you, Latif sir.
Good afternoon. Ma'am, I am audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor to brief about Professor Dr. Rashmi Gujrati, ma'am. Dr. Rashmi Gujrati is a professor, director, president, and editor-in-chief. She is also researcher, editor, and educator and administrator. She obtained her PhD in 2002 from MJP Rohilkhand University, Bareilly, in an analytical study of export management and brass art waste, a case study of Moradabad. She has specialized in international business marketing and finance. She has about 200 papers published in international journals like Scopus, WS, ABCD, and UGC Care Listed, and 140 papers in national journals and various chapters in books. She has significantly contributed to enhancing management understanding by participating in over 200 management conferences, symposia, and seminars, by chairing technical sessions and delivering plenary and invited talks. She is a life member of All India Commerce Association, All India Accounting Association, and Associations of Principals. She has also a member of editorial board of various international journals. She has a rich experience in the establishment and running of new technical institutions, governing under AICTE guidelines, affiliating universities, and monitoring the conduct of examination and central evaluations of answer sheets on behalf of universities. She has been invited from various international university and delivered lectures in Europe, US, UK, in various universities. It's my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Rashmi Gujrati ma'am for today's sessions. On behalf of St. Francis College, I would like to welcome you once again, ma'am, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure and thank you to Dr. Pankaj for inviting me for this session. And since last 6 days, you people were discussing related with the innovations, entrepreneurship, sustainable development, smart cities. I think that this topic has been given to me also, that what is the innovation, how the entrepreneurship can be done when we talk about the smart cities with the sustainable development. Nowadays, since 2015, when the UN has announced that there will be a 17 goals of sustainable development, as we all were focusing on sustainable development goals around the world, all the countries are focusing on each goal, and there were 17 goals, and all the goals are connected with each other when we go inside that goals. In the sustainable development goal, there is a 169 targets, and we can see that all the targets are related with each other. Today, we are going to discuss related with the innovation and entrepreneurship in the smart cities, where we are building the sustainable development. If I talk about this, in 2015, Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi has announced about the smart cities. We all know very well, and it has been announced, and the initiative has been took by the government. So when we talk about this, that time we can say that there is a electronic digital technology infrastructure which we have to be gather and to use this data to track the city operation while sharing a real time to collect the informations for the smart cities. So when we talk this, then the such cities boost of an evaluate focus on efficiency. There will be a better communication, reduction in crime, sustainability, and a better quality of the security system. When we talk about the smart cities, so what should be there? That is very important. And when we say that smart cities are there, it means that these all facilities should be given to the people in the smart city. And nowadays we knows very well that the people are moving from urban cities to rural cities to urban cities. And why? Because they are thinking about the smart cities. When we see the catalyzing sustainable development, that time we can see that there is an analysis and we have found that the industry is booming. And there is a forecast about the smart cities that up to 2025, the market value will be 620.7 billion, approximately 14.8% by 2025. So this is a 2/3 of the global population will live in urban area. The rise in the urbanization also bring big challenges in a cities. We can see the population is increasing when the people are moving toward these cities. So what will be happen? It will be become a imperative. It's not only to meet their demand or needs, but also it will be to given them to ensure them the protection of the environment in doing so. It is known that the cities of the major polluters responsibilities of about 3/4 of global quarterhouse gas emissions. There is a lot of issues which we see that climate change nowadays we see today. This is a big issue that the climate is changing and we are facing. As before, we know that there were not a too much hot, not a too much cold, not a too much rains. Now we see everywhere. Every year we get this information, this news that there is a lot of rain, heavy rain. Due to heavy rain, lot of damage has been happened due to flood. There is a highest temperature. People are facing problem and deepest cool day. So these all changes are also very important, which we have to give the protection, because due to increase and longer heat waves or global warming or a natural calamities. So we can say that what we are providing from where we have to get a solution, this is also very important. So when we going about this and when we are going to adopting these smart cities, these all things should be in the mind and there should be a solution for that. So before moving these toward these cities, when people are moving toward these cities, what they needs a lot of things. They are planning where that when they are moving in the smart cities, it's their expectations are different. They want more informations about their that city. They want the facilities of the transportation. They want the facility of the hospital. They want the facility there where a good institution places. Means that the picture of the smart city is different in the mind of the people, and that is the feature which we knows that people are thinking. So in the picture also I have tried to show that if we talk about this think about the smart cities, then what things are come in our mind, that everything should be a well in a well manner, but lot of things are there which we have to keep in the sustain, and we have to think about that how we can do it. So it should be focus on this, that how the social and economic structure can be undergo, and the urban politics to need to act quickly and have a big strategy about that. So the strategy must have a sharp focus on the structure and to the social economic aspects. So smart cities is a actively support to innovation and entrepreneurship. Smart city is be developed with the innovation, with the new strategy, with the new planning, and lot of the entrepreneurships are developing from there, because productivity and collaboration is there, flexibility is there, education and qualification, research and development. So for an economic perspective, we can see that the smart, it must acquire knowledge and ensure it proper disseminations while maintaining domestic and international network. We can say that organizations which are offering to support for energy, IT, environmental services in the smart cities, or we can say that smart economics also. So when we talk about the smart cities, as we know that the Prime Minister has took this initiative in 2015. Our Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji has took this mission, smart city mission, which has been led in the Indian government, and behind of the aim of this smart city mission was to get a quality of life in the city. This is a very important point, that the in the smart city, what should be there? It should be a quality of life using information and digital technology, and adopting the best global practices with the collaboration between the public and private sectors. And as we know that once the announcement has been done in 2015 on June 25 by the Prime Minister, the responsibility to implement for the mission was to the Union Minister of the Urban Development. And in the additional, the SPV mission has been announced, special purpose vehicle, that will be manage the mission on the state level, and approximately 7,20,000 crores has been sanctioned for this mission. And behind of this mission, the target has been took the 100 cities across the country. Already this list has been spread in 2015, that which cities were calculated in the smart cities and which cities has been unmarked for smart cities. So what the point is that here, what the ambitious project aim is to be understand about the smart cities, because those cities has been unmarked, and those cities name has been came in the list of the smart city, and the cities were highlighted with the smart city. There were a banner, there were a lot of the statues has been prepared in the cities, on the roads, and they try to show that we are going to be become a smart city. But what is the ambitious project behind of this is to keeping environmental safeguard in place. The state would have the leeway to use the land of the various purpose and put by laws in a place to support the changes. The aim would be to ensure that everyone has access the housing opportunity in the smart cities. No one should be without house. So but are getting the houses in the smart cities. Lot of the facilities they are getting in the smart cities. In the smart city, there will be enhancing security, trying to reduce the pollution, Lot of the road work is going on, the road congestions to be reduced, to promote the local economy. All the part are counted in the smart cities. With that, to give the good facility like park, gym, playground, facility of the transportation, facility for the pets train, for the right births. These all things are counted in the smart cities, which the Indian government has focus on. So these are the missions. When we are going to be build a smart city, there has been a schemes which has been implemented by the government, and government has took the mission for a success in the several other projects also. The aim to ensure this is cumulative, sustained institutional, social, physical, and economic infrastructure. So this is the mission behind the smart city. With that, the government has given some schemes like Amrut. Amrut scheme is a ATAL mission for regenerate and urban transformation. There is a Hilde, there is a heritage city development and augmentation yojana, Make in India, Digital India, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. As we all know about these all schemes which has been announced by the government, and we all are very popular, and lot of time we discuss like this. In 2014, when the announcement was there that there will be a digital India, that time nobody knows that how the India will be become a digital. But nowadays, totally India is in the digitalization. Digital India, everything, everywhere is digitalization. Once in 2016 on 8th November, when Pradhan Mantri has announced that there will be a demonetization and the 500 rupees and 1000 rupees is not to be going to be used in the market, immediately at 12 o'clock it has been stopped that time. From that day, the people of India has started to work on digitalization, started to paying through digitalization. Before that also we were using the ATM card, but not using too much. But after that, everybody started to doing the transaction through online. And nowadays, we all don't have a cash money in our pocket, because we are doing all the transaction through Google Pay online. Even if I want to give 100 rupees to someone, that time we are facing, and I think that everybody is facing this because I have faced this. And last month when I was traveling and I have to give someone 100 rupees, and that time I was searching in my purse and thinking that maybe get somewhere 100 rupees in any corner, and I didn't got, and I was feeling that, oh, we don't have a cash money. This is very important to understand that how the digital has impact in India. Each and every person is cashless. Now, once you are going to travel international, then also you are able to do the transaction through your digitalization. So this is the impact of the digital India. Another is the mission of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Swachhta is important. We keep our house clean. But once the people go out, come on the road, they don't try to keep the city, the place where they are sitting to keep clean, where they are traveling to keep that place clean. But after this mission, awareness has been given to all to keep the clean every place where you are standing or moving or sitting. So this is a big mission. It's also count in the smart city, means that we are keeping the clean out of our house also. We are keeping the clean in the train, metro, aeroplane, platform. Nowadays, everybody's here to knows that the stations are very neat and clean. This is the result of this mission. With that, when we talk about the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, with that also this project is a successful project, and lot of the peoples are getting the house through this Awas Yojana. Before that, people are not getting properly the houses. They were living in the rent house. Most of the people, those who are not able to get purchase or build their house, due to this Yojana, they are getting these facilities. With that, to develop the area is very important, and these all are counted in the smart city. So the hundreds, here is the figure which I have given shown you, that the 100 cities has been listed with this mission. 5,151 projects were there, and total amount which has been mentioned, that was 2,05,018 crores rupees to be spent on this mission. This has been announced by the government. Now, everything is related with the technology. When we are saying that digitalization means without technology, it cannot be success. So when we talk about the smart cities technology, then how the smart city will become? So there is a IoT, big data, AI, 5G, and AR. In the smart technology, when we talk about the IoT, Internet of Things, are used to deliver structured solution. Why it is very important there? So it is used for the deliver structured solution to the public with smart cities. And the most imperative, it is a web of connecting device that communicate and share data. This is not a new word for us because we all are from the education department, and we all know very well that how the IoT works. Before 2019, even we management people are also not more aware about these technology. But after 2019 and after the COVID, we all have become a smart, intelligent, and we have an awareness of these technologies, that what the IoT does, what the web device connectivity is doing, how the data are transferring from one device to another device. So these all things are counted in the smart houses, on the street sensors. Another, when we talk about the big data, then the data device are sent to the cloud. Now, everything we are going to be saved in the cloud. In the starting, when there was a cloud computing, that time people were not aware that how we can keep our data in the cloud, and how can there will be a super sensitive and secure servers which can save everything. So these data serves as fuel for improvement and upgrade that would enhance the efficiencies when it is using, and it is be enhance the efficiency for the public and private sector both. Because while delivering this, the economic and social benefits to the citizens are enhancing the quality of the daily life with the use of this. In the additional, we can say that IoT is a base system which is enhancing the security system. This is preventing the unauthorized access to store the data, because security is a very important when you are going to live in the smart city. So with this, there is a very important point that this should all be reliance the technology in the smart cities to the infrastructure. As with the digitalization, as I said, that when we talk about the digital India, digital payment, and with digital transaction, even the purchasing through the app, these all things are very smartly going on. So thus infrastructure in the service orientation and the connection of the individual to the device, which includes services such as innovation and communication for the infrastructure, it comes in the digitalization. With that, there is an intelligence, and we talk about the AI. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are trained to read the data to generate by interconnected device, then identify pattern. Lot of the security systems are there through the AI, through the face recognition, through the surveillance security. Through these technology, we are providing the security to the people in the smart city. So AI is a recognition through the voice, through whatever is going in our mind nowadays, and we are carrying the smartphone. And once we talk related with the topic, and we see that we get the informations on our mobile related with that topic which we were talking. If today we are discussing related with the sustainable development, smart cities, you can notice and you can check also that today your mobile will give you the information related with the sustainable development, what the actions are taking by from the government. Because today we are talking this, and not only we are listening this, our smartphone is also listening that what discussion is going here. So this is a very important in the smart city, which will be provide the efficiency of the policy to taking the decision and determine. With that, when we talk about the wire, then nowadays there is a wireless system, and everywhere the IT system are equal critical to sustain the development of the smart city, because before that, whatever is going, that will be related with the wire. But now wireless is there, and the technology is increasing, and day by day we are getting the facility through this. So when we talk about the U city, then the city is extension of the concept of the digital city. So we can say that everything is digitalization. We are living in the smart city, and everything is available through the digitalization. Everywhere is a lot of where has been implemented, and nowadays if we want to purchase something, we can purchase from the app. If we want to order food, we can order it. Even the grocery, even the milk, these all apps are there which is giving the delivery at home. And this is all things are going through the technology which are coming in the smart cities. So when the smart cities are there, so to be sustainable, and a lot of things are going to be improved through that. So this hybrid mode has been came everywhere. Today we are here, online mode education is going to be spread now. Our AICT, even UGC, NAC, everywhere has been mentioned the blended mode. Means that trying to give the good facilities to the students, those who are not able to reach on that place. Even this program is going in Bangalore, and I am from Punjab. But due to this technology, we are able to listen and deliver our voice. So this is counted that we are in the digitalization. And these all things are counted in the smart cities when we think about this. So this is the picture of the smart city, and we see that everything is connected with the technology. If we see that I have tried to give the picture this, And in this picture, what we can get, that everything is in our mobile. This is the result of the technology. Whatever we want through our mobile, we can do it. See, I don't remember the year, but everybody knows that when there is a Reliance Mobile was announced, that time the slogan was "Kar lo duniya mutti mein." I think that everyone remember this slogan. This message was given from the company of the Dhirubhai Ambani, and the message was that there were a small mobile, and they have given this mobile to everyone in 500 rupees, and there were in the installment schemes, but the slogan was "Kar lo duniya mutti mein." And we can see, I don't remember the year properly, but
It was 2002, ma'am.
yeah, I was going to try to remember, because this immediately come in my mind after looking this picture. When I have prepared this, that time this point was not in my mind. But right in 2002, there was a Kar lo duniya mutti mein. So we can say that yes, today whole world is in our palm. We can see that everything is in our mobile, whatever we want to do. Everything can be done through the mobile. So this is the information city, where we can say that there is an interactive device in the smart cities. Through that, there is a development, and through the database, there is a storage and interpretation of this data, the growth, the security of the smart cities that can be measured. So this picture is in our mind. So we can say the aim of the smart city is, the mission of the smart city is to give a standard living to the people of our citizen. Significantly, they can enhance the economic growth of the country. The project has been took in 2015, and 17 goal is saying this, that there would not be hunger, no poverty, gender equality, quality education, health and well-being, decent economic development. There will be innovation and information technology, climate changes, life on land, life on ocean, water. These all things are calculated in the sustainable development goals. And if we see that 17 goals, then we can understand that what we are going to be built in the smart cities. This is the very important task which has been given and took by the government. So when we see this, we see what is the picture of India to be building the smart cities for a future proof. India, a vision of the sustainable urbanization. Before that, we were thinking about that, and we were thinking that this type of city is only in the foreigner countries. But now we are also counting here, and we can see the global trend in the smart city. When we talk about this, we can say that there is a two-way between the innovative and entrepreneurship, and the sustainable and inclusive the development of the smart city. On the other hand, we can say that the entrepreneur who focus on innovation, because when we think about this type of cities, it means that these all things can be done through the innovation. And who will do that? The initiative has to be took. So entrepreneurship start from there. That is why we see here that the task has been took. But if you see the graph, in 2018, the figure is less, but slowly we can see that 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23. And if we see that the task of this is to be up to 30, to be increase it, because this is focusing on the development with the innovative technology, with the solution to contribute to solve urban problems and to help to improve the living standard. And other hand, we can say that to integrate the technologies in most aspects of the urban life, which we collect important data that help the companies to explore new opportunity. Now here, the entrepreneur are getting a new opportunity by this mission, and with the development of the smart city and innovative entrepreneurship, there are extremely important topics are in the new knowledge-based economy. And we can say to make the imperative more and more powerful, they required a research for the economic field, address specific issues related to them so as to improve these fundamental knowledge. When we have to understand that what is before that, we have to understand that the what are the problems are there for the development, what is important role of the development for the smart cities and innovative entrepreneurship. So that means that the technology need to transfer cities into smart cities. Cities are already there, but we have to be transferred into the smart city with the innovative entrepreneurship. And with this technology, we can move toward the sustainable infrastructure. And we should know that smart city means that who is the backbone of the smart city? There must be a sustainability should be there. We talk about the sustainable, but we should know that how we can give the sustainability in the smart city. So here a few points I have shown that when we talk about the smart city, there must be energy and utilization, transportation, healthcare, public safety, e-governance, education. So this is the picture of the smart city, which shows that when we are moving toward the smart city, we want these all facilities. I'm not saying that who is moving to the smart city. Everybody wants smart city. We are living in which city? We know that our city has been announced and our city is in the listed of the smart city. But if we are not getting a proper energy, that time what we say? Previously, we were facing a lot of the electricity problem. Lot of the problems were there related with the transportation, no good facility of the nowadays we see the transportation facility is very good in every country. There are metros are there, electric buses are there. With that, Uber, Ola, these facilities are there. People can move easily, not to be take our car. So related with that, if we talk related with the healthcare, lot of the facilities are there related with the hospital, other facilities, public safety, everywhere there is a security if something has been happened. With the cyber security is also there. So these all things are counted in the smart city, and good education is very important for that. So when we talk about the smart city, the India stand at this transformation era. India is moving and India is in the transformation and ambitious of the smart city mission, as I have told previously, that in the previous slide, that in 2015, the government has took this task and announced 100 smart cities. So there is challenges also for the rapid urbanization through sustainable and efficient solution. As urban area expand, the need of intelligent infrastructure, technology, integration, innovative drive, these all paramounts are there, which are counted in the global trend and the smart cities and development is important for that to be inside. And India can navigate this complex landscape and emerge as a leader in the sustainable urban growth. So the points we can see in this picture, there is a smart structure, infrastructure, open data and interconnectivity, smart governance, city engagement, smart mobility and transportation, and smart environment and sustainability. So these all things are why we are saying in the smart, and all things are related with the sustainability, because it depends on the environment also. We have to give a good environment, clean environment, then it will be counted in the sustainability. Now the technology integration driving toward this, and we see there is a innovation efficiency, and what is the role of the technology in this. So we see that the innovative technologies are there is a automation and artificial intelligence, big data analytical, and cloud computing. Already this we have discussed very well, that how the artificial is working and how the cloud computing is working. So technology is integrated with the innovation, and we are getting the efficiencies in each and every sector. So we can define that the feature of the smart city should be a intelligent transportation system. And if I give a example, that a transforming urban mobility by providing a real time up to be up to mark, and there must be a solution. In the India, we can see that there is a developed over 7,500 new buses has been launched, including 2,000 electric buses has been launched in the cities, and electric buses are saving the environment, saving the noise pollution were not there. Even we know that when there is a lot of facility for the transportation, then the traffic problem is also not there. So these all things are related with the technology, and the technology is supporting to them. With that, when we talk about the electricity energy related, then it is additional things. Electric bus is there, electric car is there, but if the electricity is not there, then how it will be charged? So that is also count in the smart lighting and energy management system. So it will help the cities to reduce the energy consumptions and carbon emissions. With overall approximately 50 lakh solar and LEDs are installed in the street lights. Now, government is not using the electricity. There were not wires in the smart city. Everything is with the connected of the solar, and street lights are installed. LED bulbs are installed, means that India cities are going to be set for the sustainable urban lighting solutions. So this innovation is also the contribution of the environmental and the sustainability to enhance the safety and the well-being of the urban residents. So these technologies are focusing on. Now, when we talk about the technology, there is a very important part which is very important to know, that to develop, to use this technology to bring the entrepreneurship, we required a FDP flow in the country should be right. So we can see here that after 2018, since 2019, the FDP flow are rising, and here is a figure in 2015. There is a FDI in green industry in the billion, we can see that 88, 30%, 70% to 30% were increased. In 2016, there were increase from 88 to 96. In 2017, there was some downfall, but again in 2000, there were a jump. In 2019, there were again increase of the FDI, and from 20, 21, 22, we can see, if we see this graph shows that there is a green part that is developing countries and light green part that is a developed countries. Now see, this is the figure which shows that how FDI flows in developing country and developed countries. So this is a very important part which we have to understand, that how this FDI is very important and how it will be drive resilience in these smart cities, because this important element when we are building about the smart cities. Then if we talk about the sustainable development, so we need inclusive growth while factoring in dynamics such as economic, social, environment various. Another way we can see that FDI is important for all cities, particularly in emerging markets. Smart cities can become a magnet for the foreign investment, attractive sustainable investment, and strengthening the community demand. Due to this, there is a competitive advantage with the attractive fiscal and tax environment, including business-friendly policies, transparent public planning and decision making, and a clear communication between the
Ma'am, you're not audible.
Rashmi ma'am, is there any issues with the network? Um, okay, she's there.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. So we can see that FDI is very important for this mission and for this future mission. Smart City Mission is a bold and visionary which initiative has been took by the government, and we have to support for that. And Smart City is giving the support to the entrepreneurs also. India investment in infrastructure which utilize India's strength and in IT services, improve the quality of the people lives. And with that, people are getting a lot of things with that. So when we talk about the smart city, we have seen that the smart cities are urban areas that use technology to improve the quality of their residents. They leverage digital solutions to act the challenges like traffic, congestions, pollution, and inefficient resources. And these technologies are giving the fertile ground for innovation and entrepreneurship. So this is the picture of the smart city, and the thinking is in the mind of the urban mobility, that the smart transportation, there must be a developing innovation solutions like autonomous vehicle, electric vehicle, intelligent traffic management system. This has been developed in our country. In the cities, there is all the facilities slowly increasing. And if we talk about the sheer mobility, so already the car sharing, bike sharing, ride sharing services to reduce the traffic congestions and carbon emissions, these all has been promoted and going on. And public transportation, metros, and buses, Ola car, Uber car, even the getting the tickets through online. These all supports our counts in the smart cities. If we talk about the energy efficiency, so there is a small grid which should be implementing advanced energy distributions, system that optimize energy uses to be renewable. Now solar systems are using everywhere in the school, colleges, in the hotels, in the hospital. Solar has been built on the building and the energy is consuming from there and getting the electricity through them. So we are supporting like this in the energy. When we talk about the waste management, these all has been become popular. Now we have adopted this method. Everywhere we are putting this type of system, and smart waste management means that in advance everything is separated, so it should be a recycle. Otherwise, once these all things has not been separated, then every garbage was going in one place and that was not used in the recycling. So what here we are showing that if we use like this, these IoT sensors are monitoring the waste labels in a separate and we see that there is a promotion of the recycling through the innovative technology.
Rashmi ma'am, quick time check. We have another 10 minutes for this session, ma'am. So if you suggest, we can pick up on the Q&A, or if you want to continue for 5 more minutes and then we'll take the Q&A.
So here are the few points that we see in the smart city which can be increased, and we can get that entrepreneur can drive their economic growth, their urban problem, and create a social value. With that, the benefit of the sustainable business model. This is a very important to understand that there will be a increase innovation in the lower cost. It reduce environment impact and increase the efficiency of the sustainability. And we see that how to assess your startup impact. So to understand what problem are you solving, who will you be impacting, what are the potential risks and rewards, how will you measure success, what is your long-term goal. This is a very important to understand, and you can start your business also with the sustainable development. With that, thank you very much for giving this opportunity and trying to express my view related with the sustainable development. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank you, ma'am. That is very informative session from you, ma'am. We'll quickly take in the interest of time, we'll take a question. Ma'am, there is a question by Miss Dr. Preeti Mangala. How can cities balance the protection of, I think this is for the previous session, ma'am.
And see,
Yeah.
I have not listened full question, but answer is there, because I know that this questions comes in everybody's mind, that when we talk about the sustainable, when we talk about the smart cities, but how it will be happen. So two things to be remembered, that there is a two words, one is cry and another is die. Die, not D-I-E, D-I-Y. Cry means that we ask, we think that others do, means we cry, cry, cry. This is not going, this is not happening, this is bad, government is not doing. But message is that die, do it yourself. If initiatively you take this, then everything is possible.
Thank you, ma'am. There's one more question. What are the What are the key SDGs that entrepreneurs in smart cities can address?
I think that example is very good that we are having a Vande Bharat type of train. So we know that FDI is here. If the mobiles, smartphones are going to be produced, manufacturing in India, means that FDI is there. Means that foreign currencies are coming in the country. They are not bringing the land, machine. They are getting everything in India. Only they have to invest the money. So this FDI is very important to be developed in the smart cities.
Thank you, ma'am. One last question. What could be the impact of smart city development on needy people's economic growth? Question by Mr. Dr. M. Sharavanan.
Madam, please again.
Yeah, ma'am. What could be the impact of smart city development on needy people's economic growth?
When we are discussing about the smart city, then we are saying that we are giving the businesses also. So those people are needy, those who want to start their small business. Even the Pradhan Mantri has given the incubation and to do a startup. This is a very important, and lot of startups are install and establish in India. It means that we say that we are not a job seeker, we are job creator. So those needy people are there, they have an opportunity to start their business, they have an opportunity to stand, they have an opportunity to build their business with this smart cities and sustainability.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very insightful again.
All right.
Go to
Like to
Pankaj, ma'am.
have a question for ma'am. On something which is the required in the current time. Ma'am, something on the entrepreneurship front, because we've been talking about multiple things and how the challenges are there, what kind of opportunities are there as per the government. What would is your perspective when we talk about the strategies which can be, should be adopted by the entrepreneurs to ensure that their startups align with the sustainability goals of smart cities while remaining competitive in the the competitive market? So what would be your perspective on that?
See, if we talk about the strategy, then a lot of the plannings are there by the government, and government is supporting that what the businesses are going to be start, it should be in the sustainable, and it should be a long term and not be a harmful to the environment also. We see that when we talk about the 17 goals, so 17 goal is related with each other. It is not an individual goal. It support everywhere in every sector. So government is also focusing, even the organizations, our education also focusing, and now in the NAC also there is a chapter increased sustainable development. So this is very important to understand. If I say that I will be able to do a sustainable, that is not possible. That is why the workshops are going on, and we are going to spreading the awareness that how we do ourselves. One, this important point that do it yourself. So we have to take the initiative. When we talk about the Swachh Bharat, so first of all we have to understand that how much swachhta we are spreading in our city. First of all, we have to think that if we go in the station, we take the tea, and what we do that cup, do we fold it and put in our bag, or we throw it? Starting is from our side. Thank you.
Sure. So to hear from you, ma'am, and that is a more practical aspect, I would say. So thank you. Over to you, Vandana.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we are good to start the next session as our speaker is already here. I would request Ms. Soumya from the Department of
All
Computer.
right. So, Vandana, just give me a moment. I just wanted to convey my hearty thanks to Dr. Rashmi Gujrati ma'am. Rashmi ma'am, on behalf of AICT and ATAL and management of St. Francis College, we highly really appreciate your effort, and I'm Very, very glad that you have come on board with us. I know I just wanted to make a special attention to everybody. Rashmi ma'am is one of my guru, so she's one of my mentor, and that's what I always appreciate. So you will learn more from her because she is highly, highly experienced, person and expert in her area. So, ma'am, thank you so much. We'll look forward for many more opportunities like in future, and we would like to collaborate more on this front, ma'am. Thank you so much from everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
We can
ma'am.
move on to the next, ma'am.
Yes. So I call upon Ms. Soumya from the Department of Computer Science to introduce our next speaker for the day, Mr. Abhijith.
Thank you, Vandana ma'am. Good afternoon, all. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Abhijith Neerkaje, resource person of upcoming session, System Dynamics for Sustainable Urban Planning. Abhijith Neerkaje is an accomplished data professional who holds double post-graduation, one from MIT Sloan School of Management and another from our prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He has worked on key roles in different Fortune 500 companies like GE, Walmart, and many more, and currently heading the data science and analytics at Falabella India Private Limited. Prior to the present role, he was engaged with Target, a multinational company in retail sector, where he could use the power of data in optimizing the pricing, supply chain, and merchandising functions successfully. With more than 20 years of experience in data science domain, Mr. Abhijith could lead high-performing teams in diverse sectors like retail, energy, and semiconductor manufacturing. Let's welcome Mr. Abhijith Neerkaje to share his rich industrial experience in data domain. We are honored to have you here, sir, and we want to hear from you more. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You're on.
We can hear you out.
Yeah. Thanks for the kind introduction.
Thank you, sir.
I will, I have a bit of a sore throat and a fever, but I'll try to do the best I can in terms of, adding value here. Let me try and share my screen first. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. All right. So, let me dive right into the topic. So the topic which I have chosen is system dynamics for sustainable urban development and planning. Okay. Now, before I go further, I want to kind of explain a little bit of history of why I chose this topic. When I graduated from IISc, I started working at GE. And GE works with a lot of complex systems, right? Like a gas turbine, like aircraft turbines, a lot of very complex systems with multiple parts. Now, there are so many parts that it's impossible for one individual to really model every part and think through how the whole system will work, right? So the tool which was used in GE at that time, talking 20 years ago, was simulations. And simulations are a tool which will basically take different components, model them, and then connect them. Okay. Now, this was a technical system like a gas turbine, right? But when I went to MIT, they were using similar techniques for socio-political systems like cities. And that was where I got introduced to system dynamics. So let me start further. This is the broad level agenda. I want to first make a case for sustainable urban planning. I think this audience does not necessarily need a case because they've been hearing that all day long. But I still want to, for completeness, tell why sustainable urban planning is important and urgent. Next, I want to kind of talk a little bit about system dynamics as a domain, introduce you to that. In this era of ChatGPT, large language models, AI, a lot of useful domains like system dynamics and operations research and optimization don't get the necessary attention, but they are very, very useful techniques for us to make sense of the world we are living in and for us to build useful solutions. Okay, so I want to kind of talk a bit about system dynamics and probably motivate some of you in this call to take it up further. Then I will talk about one application of system dynamics to urban planning, walk you through a particular model, and then finally end with some resources for learning and teaching system dynamics. Okay. So case for urban planning, right? If you see the graph here, this graph gives the percentage of people living in urban areas across the world, right? Today, it's standing at about 58% or 55% roughly. And by 2050, a good 70% of the world population will be living in the urban areas. So what does that mean? There is a net movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. And the 8 billion population of the world, more and more will start living in urban areas. You're seeing that happen even in India too, right? You notice so many people moving from tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities to cities like Bangalore, Mumbai, and Delhi. So what is the consequence of that? A, the moment the number of people come into urban areas, there's a tremendous pressure on the resources in that local environment, right? Second, if the cities start growing haphazardly, as we have seen in, say, case of Bangalore, there is an impact in the quality of life of residents. There's an impact on the GDP of the local economies. And there is also the general broader impact of climate change, which impacts these cities in a broader way, right? Now, they say that a lot of these cities which are in the, which are by the sea, for example, like Mumbai, Dhaka, these cities are at risk because of increase in because of the rising sea levels, right? Now imagine the impact of this on huge populations which are congregated in these cities. So it's very important for us to consider sustainable urban planning and take it seriously, right? We need to bring to bear all techniques, all capabilities which we have to make our cities more livable, to make our cities more sustainable, and make our cities more climate resilient. But I have kind of stated the obvious, right? But why is urban planning so hard? Let us kind of understand that. The first thing is, if you just notice a city or a nation or any of these systems, they're very complex. There are many things which are interacting with one another, right? It is not like you are developing a small gadget like a phone, or you're developing a small gadget like a watch. Cities have many complex interactions. They have interactions from social aspects. They have political interactions. So all of these make urban planning extremely hard. And you have multiple stakeholders in city. If you take the case of Bangalore, there are needs of people who work in software industry. There are needs of people who work in the industrial sector. There are needs which are driven by political needs. So multiple stakeholders have different needs and they pull in different directions, right? So because of that, again, making a decision becomes extremely hard, and making a good decision becomes extremely hard. The third important reason why urban planning is hard is because, any change which is done at a scale of a city takes time. So let's say you take a decision to build a flyover today. It takes 3 years to build a flyover, right? So the impact of this policy decision of building a flyover or building an outer ring road, this is, it takes time for you to see the impact of your action. So whenever you have a long delay between your decision and the seeing of impact, quantifying the impact becomes extremely hard. And hence the learning which policymakers get is poor, right? So again, urban planning is hard because they don't see necessarily the impact of their action very quickly. And of course, there is the huge problem of the risk involved in a wrong decision. For example, I can give a very concrete example in Bangalore. You know that the central part of Bangalore is MG Road, right? They did a decision to have the metro on the, not under the ground, but over the ground at MG Road. Now that has literally hollowed out a lot of businesses in the prime, business district of the city. If we had taken a decision to go underground, then that decision would have actually saved a lot of businesses, because almost 4 to 5 years, MG Road was not some place where you could go for shopping, right? So that way, a wrong decision has huge impact, and it impacts a lot of people. So people are obviously very, very cautious, and they don't take the decisions, which are in the right interests, because it's so complex. So I just wanted to kind of call your attention to why urban planning is very hard. Okay. So now, if it is so hard, if the cities are so complex, if there are so many stakeholders, and if it takes so long to see the decisions, what are the options in our hand? What can we do? Right? How can we kind of start taking better decisions for our city? So one approach is system dynamics. So I will give an example, I'll explain a little bit about that a little more in future, but what is system dynamics, right? System dynamics is an approach to understand the non-linear behavior of these complex systems like cities over time using different components, which are called stocks, flows, and feedback loops. Okay. So you can kind of you always have a mental model of what the problem is. You can systematically capture that mental model, and then you can simulate using system dynamics tools, and then get a understanding of how the system dynamics, how this dynamics of that system, like a city, evolves. A bit of a history lesson. This tool was, or this stream was developed by J.W. Forrester at MIT. Now he is my intellectual grandfather, if you will, because his student was John Sterman and I was his student. And this was a tool which was developed in 1950s to first impact policy decisions in big companies like GE. But eventually, J.W. Forrester wrote a book called Urban Dynamics, which basically looked at various urban problems and how to model and build policy solutions for it. So it is something where this tool has been used for urban planning for more than half a century. So it's not very new. What does it do? It uses modeling and computer simulations to predict system behavior. And it is inspired by control theory. So again, control theory looks at a system and wants to control it through different inputs and feedback loops. Okay. So let me move on. So I want to kind of, before going further, I want to kind of talk about a few key concepts in system dynamics so that you kind of start appreciating it. Obviously, it's a complete discipline in itself, and a 45 minutes lecture will not do justice. But I want to call to your attention some key concepts. And with that, hopefully, you'll be motivated to learn it on your own. Okay. So the first thing I want to kind of call to your attention is the two types of worldview. Today, there are two types of worldviews. One is an event-oriented worldview. For example, you have a problem The problem is basically a gap between your goal and the situation, right? Let's take an example. There is a big traffic jam always in Silk Board Junction. I'm assuming a lot of people are kind of familiar with Bangalore, or many people are from Bangalore. So I'm using examples from Bangalore, but Silk Board is a very, what do you say, infamous junction where a lot of traffic jams used to occur. There were Twitter handles based on Silk Board. So let's take that problem that there were a lot of traffic jams in Silk Board. So there is a goal to reduce the traffic jam. The situation is that there is huge traffic jams. So you take a decision, I'll build a flyover, and then you see the results. So this is an event-oriented view. This is a partial view of the world. The real view of the world is more like on the right side. You take a decision, say to build a flyover, and that impacts the environment. And the environment in turn impacts the decision, right? Even that is very simplistic. The one below is a little more realistic, right? You have a goal. Because of that goal, you take a decision. That decision leads to a change in the environment. There are also unintended effects called the side effects. And at the same time, goals of other agents come into play, and actions of others are impacting the environment too. So this is the feedback view of the world. It is not a linear view of the world, right? And system dynamics strongly believes in this feedback view of the world. That means the systems don't change or evolve based on just one action. It always evolves based on the decision and the interplay between decision and the environment. Okay. So this is the first key concept of system dynamics. The second thing is the notion of a causal loop diagrams. Okay. So here, what we're trying to do in system dynamics is you want to capture the relationships in a formal way. So for example, if you see here, let's look at the left side of this diagram. Okay. If the number of eggs increase, all things being equal, the number of chickens should increase. Correct? If number of chickens increase, then eventually the number of eggs increase. Fair? It's a very simple example here just to prove the concept or explain the concept, right? So this is a causal loop which is reinforcing in nature. That means it keeps increasing. The number of eggs increase, the chickens increase, eggs increase. So it keeps on increasing. There is this other loop which is called a balancing loop, right? So as the number of chickens increase, let's say the chickens start moving all around and cross the road and they get killed because of traffic. So if the number of chickens increase, the number of road crossings of chicken increase. If the number of road crossings increase, then more accidents happen and the number of chickens decrease. So this right side loop is a balancing loop. So a causal loop diagrams are basically tools which take a snapshot of all the relationships that matter. It's a visual representation of key variables, right? And if you don't even want to simulate, if you just want to have a good conversation, a very structured conversation, learning how to write causal loop diagrams would be a very useful technique. So as faculty, if you can teach it to your students, this one technique, I think they'll become better storytellers. They'll be able to think more clearly. They'll be able to articulate things more clearly. Okay. So what are the aspects of causal loop diagrams? So there are variables and there are arcs which show the relationship between variables. And then there is a sign which shows the relationship is positive or negative. Okay. So this is another key concept of system dynamics, causal loop diagrams. Next key concept is the concept of stocks and flows. So imagine, if you just think about a system, there are systems where there are variables like rate variables. So let me give an example. If you have a tub like the one here, the amount of opening of the tap on the top and the amount of opening on the tap on the bottom will determine the rate of flow of water, correct? That variable is called a flow variable, okay? But systems don't just consist of flow variables. They also consist of places where accumulation happens, right? So like the bucket here. So the bucket here is basically having an, addition of water over a period of time, right? Such variables are called stock variables. So a typical system dynamics model has both stock variables and flow variables. And then there are variables which impact flow variables or stock variables. I'll come to that in a while. But they can be something which can be, like let me give another example. Let's say you have a bank account, right? The amount of inflow of money into your bank account is a rate variable. The amount of money in your bank account itself is a stock variable. The amount of outflow is a rate variable, but an interest rate is a generic variable. And of course, there are links which capture the relationship between stocks flows and the variables, right? So these are some key concepts of system dynamics. I can show you a quick demo in one of the tools of a simple stock and flow diagram. So let me quickly show that. You can still see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So let's first add a stock variable and call it bank account. Okay, I just want you to appreciate this is a bank account. And you have expenses. Okay. You also have income. Correct? Now let us say the income is typically 10,000 rupees per year or 1 lakh rupees per year. Okay. And your expenses is 80,000 rupees per year. With just this much, if you have a bank account and if I simulate, look at what happens in 20 years. You started with 0 amount in the bank account. You kept adding it by about 20th year, you had 400,000 rupees. Okay, or 4 lakh rupees. Now I could add one more variable, which is interest rate. And interest rate is impacted by the amount of money in the bank account also, right? So let us say the interest rate is 10%. So 0.1 into bank account, right? So I applied. Now let us see what happens to my bank account with this interest rate. Let me just call it interest rate. You see, the amount of money is increasing exponentially. It was no more linear, correct? Now let us say your expenses are not fixed. You want to have a random expense because your monthly expenses could be anywhere between, anywhere between 70,000 and 1,10,000. Okay. Now let us see what happens. See, this simulates how your bank account will evolve. Now, this is a very simple example with which I could quickly show you how the system behaves, correct? Now, imagine how quickly I could simulate this and see how the system evolves. I can do this for various things. I could, instead of bank account, I could replace it with population, and the income, instead of income, it could be incoming people into the city. The outflow could be the number of people leaving the city. And instead of interest rates, it's the population, organic growth of the population of the city. Automatically, I see the population evolution of the city, right? It could also be the traffic in a junction, right? The rate of input of people, rate of input of cars could be the traffic, the number of cars per minute could be an incoming rate variable. The total number of cars in the junction could be the stock variable. The outflow could be something which is the outflow of the cars, rate of outflow of cars, correct? So what I wanted to quickly show you with this toy example was it's very easy for you to simulate and understand the dynamics and behavior of the system and play with it. Okay, going back to the lecture, right? So now let's move on to applications of system dynamics for sustainable urban planning. Typically, as I told you, system dynamics is very useful for systems which are complex and have feedback loops. And it's useful when the delays in actually delays in terms of an action to its impact is large. It's very useful to kind of visualize and see the impact of system dynamics, right? So there are 4 places where system dynamics has been significantly used in urban planning in the past. So first is transportation systems design, right? The second is waste management. Third is water supply and conservation. And fourth is housing and land use. So these have been the places where system dynamic models have already been used for urban planning. So one of the things which you as teachers could do is actually look at some of the things which are done for other cities, like say for London, and see if it can be parameterized for India. Okay, so that's one possibility. So now let us kind of take a concrete example of road congestion, correct? This looks scary at first. Look at this diagram. It has so many relationships. But I want to walk you through this and tell you how easy it is to think through this and how you can then, over a course of a conversation, build a causal loop diagram like this. Okay. See, if you think a linear or event-based view, people will say there is congestion, which means the travel time for people is increasing. So let us build more roads. Let us build like equivalent of build an outer ring road, right? In India, in Bangalore, or we'll build a highway, we'll build a flyover, correct? So typically this event-oriented view is very straightforward and linear. But let's look at the top part of this diagram. If the road construction is taken up, after some time, like say a couple of years, the highway capacity increases, correct? So there is a delay and then the highway capacity increases. If the highway capacity increases, then the travel time decreases. Fair enough. So congestion has reduced. But if all things being equal, if the travel time is going up, then the pressure to reduce congestion increases. So people will start shouting, oh, Silk Board Junction is getting congested. There's a lot of pressure. Okay. And if the pressure to reduce congestion increases, then road construction increases. So this is a capacity expansion loop. But there's something else which is impacting the pressure to reduce congestion. And that is the desired travel time. Typically people are okay with 40 minutes travel time, but if it is 1.5 hours, they're unhappy. So there is a desired, if the desired travel time is more, then the pressure to reduce congestion is less, correct? So there is this loop which is there. Now let's look at some other parts of this diagram. if the travel time goes down, more people want to drive because it's attractive to drive, right? If it is attractive to drive, the trips per day increases. And if trips per day increases, the traffic volume increases. And if traffic volume increases, travel time increases, right? The other loop is if the attractiveness of driving increases, people will start traveling more per trip. So traffic volume increases and travel time also increases. So what you notice is these are two loops which counteract the road construction. Let's look at the other loop. If the attractiveness of driving increases, then the public transit ridership falls, which means cars per person increases. So that leads to increase in the cars in the region, and hence traffic volume increases. So I just wanted to call your attention to so many relationships which can be captured over a course of a conversation about a certain situation, right? This model in itself is not complete, but I can bet that any rational person with, like, if they spend like half a day and start talking through a particular problem and writing this, eventually they will come up with a more nuanced view of what the real dynamics of the system is. And once you have this, then you can start building a simulation based on this. And once you have a simulation, then you can slowly start tweaking the simulations at various points. Let us say one of the actions could be, I will increase the number of buses and see what is the impact on that system, right? Once I kind of get that, it will allow me to take better policy decisions. So this was just an example through which I wanted to kind of call out how easy it is for us to do these causal loop diagrams and then get a better understanding of the system. Okay, good. So this was this was a brief example or a case study. Next, I wanted to kind of call out what are the advantages of system dynamics for urban planning. The first thing is transparency, right? And systematic approach. See, when we think of a problem and we try to write about it, let's say we write in English language, we can be waving our hands and telling some things in imprecise way. But what system dynamics forces us to do through these causal loop diagrams is to really capture the relationship and make it very systematic and transparent. So if I write this diagram, everybody knows what is going on in my mind. And they can challenge it. And eventually, we will get a better understanding of how the system is really in the world, right? So system dynamics enables us to systematically and transparently capture the causal relationships. The second thing is, any policy decision has long-term impacts and is expensive. But simulations are cheap. I can run these simulations all day long with different policy decisions. For example, one of the my thesis research was, how do we increase the number of electric vehicles in India, right? So various policy decisions can be taken. Government can give a subsidy to the consumers. Government can give subsidies to the manufacturers. Government can increase the price of diesel. So, all of these, if you take a decision, then there's no going back. But a simulation is something where you can do it. It's like a parallel universe where you can play around, right? So simulates the impact of policy decisions. The third reason why system dynamics is very good for urban planning is it captures the conflicting needs of stakeholders very clearly. And we can look at various variables and see how they all are changing in a complex system. And finally, what I showed you in that small toy example was a simple simulation. But for each of these variables, I could do a sensitivity analysis. What if the income changed by 5%? How much does it impact the overall quality of the system? Or right? So sensitivity analysis is another capability which system dynamics gives. And hence, we can look at the leverage which we get from various policy decisions. So that's why system dynamics is a very useful and an important tool for urban planning. All right. Now that I have kind of hopefully motivated you to think about system dynamics as a tool, which you can learn as well as teach to your students, I wanted to share with you some resources for learning system dynamics. So NPTEL has a course called Introduction to System Dynamics Modeling by a professor from IIT Mumbai. I think it's a very good course. You can learn all things about system dynamics. Then most of the examples which I have taken in this book, in this lecture, are from this book, Business Dynamics, Systems Thinking and Modeling for Complex World by John Sterman. He was my professor. There's another book called The Fifth Discipline, which is like a lighter read, which will get you introduced into this field. It is by a person called Peter Senge. And then finally, you can play around with this tool called Insight Maker, which I used here. It's a free tool. You can run it on your web browser, play around. Just try to build a simple system, and you'll get YouTube videos on how to build and model systems. Play around for a while. At the minimum, it will slowly start building a capability to think more clearly and and to kind of see the world in more nuanced way. All right. So last, what's my call for action? I would say it will be good for. So the key problem with system dynamics is it takes a long time for you to build and parameterize the models. By long time, I mean, if you just think about a consulting engagement, which is for a few months, building a model takes more than a few months. So researchers and people in academia can actually build models which are specific to a certain situation or a certain system, and have it ready and then make it available for public for them to parameterize. It'll be very good for researchers, say from various colleges, to build system dynamics models for urban planning, for various tasks of urban planning along with the students, and parameterize it for their cities, right? And the last thing is, I think if you equip students with this new technique, they're not just going to be better policymakers. They will be able to do a lot of things which management students can do much better, right? Optimize supply chains, perform portfolio analysis. All of these things can be done much, much better with system dynamics as a tool, right? So I just wanted to call out this as an action. And I do hope this has motivated all of you to, learn system dynamics and use it. But I also want to kind of caution you, right? No tool, whether it is system dynamics or standard AI, is useful for all situations and for all problems. You should be mindful of that, right? Don't think system dynamics will solve all your problems. You need a basket of tools. That's the first thing. The second thing is all models which you build is an approximation of reality, right? It is not complete reality. The only thing you're doing with system dynamics is capturing your mental model more systematically and simulating. So it's very important that once you build a model, don't assume it to be true right away. Test it, validate it, and improve it over a period of time. Okay. So I would say these would be my general advice for all of you. And hopefully you find this valuable as you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abhijith. It was really very informative session, and I'm sure all our participants have got a new insight on looking at solution-oriented system dynamics model, and very thankful to you, sir, since we can all take this forward to our students and all participants being academicians. I'm sure all of us will definitely benefit out of your session today. Thank you so much once again, sir. I would like to post one question which is posted in the chat box from Dr. Preeti Mangala. How can system dynamics modeling be used to assess the long-term impacts of urban transportation policies on sustainable outcomes?
Yeah. So as I told you before, first of all, what simulation does is actually speed up time in the virtual world, right? See, what I showed in that simple simulation of bank account was I showed you how your bank account evolves over 20 years very quickly, right? So first thing is in your question about long-term nature, right? Evaluate long-term decisions and impacts of the system. That's the first thing. The second thing is about sustainable things. So any model has a goal, right? So one could be traffic congestion reduction. The other could be reduction of CO2 emissions. For example, the model which I built on electric vehicles, introduction of electric vehicles in India. It was about reducing the tailpipe emissions in India with various policies. So a model can be designed to measure various metrics. As long as your metric is a metric of sustainable, is a sustainability parameter, like tailpipe emissions or net carbon emissions of a city, and you build a model with that, you can evaluate those using system dynamics. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir. There's one more question. And we are really grateful, sir, since you're not well, and even then you have been able to conduct this session today. And even you are spending time to give us the solutions to the queries here. So we'll move on to the next question now. This question is by Ms. Jyoti. Can we use system dynamic models in making annual planning of the company with all variables considered and also assess its sensitivity after thorough simulation?
You could, I think we can do it for annual planning of companies, but companies are more bounded systems compared to societies, right? So sometimes a linear planning or an event-based view is reasonable for a company because these loops may not be something which you care about in your decision-making framework in the short term. So, but for sure, there have been companies which have used it for long-term planning. For example, reduction of wait times, like operational efficiencies in checkout lines for retail. Companies have used system dynamics models along with queuing models, right? There have been companies which have used for employee satisfaction improvement, because you increase the salary, that leads to certain behavior in the employees. So employee satisfaction and things like that, people have used system dynamics models. You can use it for companies. So as I told you, if you teach these techniques to your students, I think they will be able to take better decisions even in companies, not just as policymakers.
Definitely, sir.
Abhijith, I have kept myself holding, so I have my list ready with you. I know our last interaction was an IM, but now today I have an opportunity to ask you directly. Some of the queries what I will be checking with you today now is more related with the data science. When we are talking about the system dynamics, especially with the modeling, how can we leverage data science techniques here? Because now,
good question.
From the data science background, if anyone, for example, because there are so many PhD scholars who are also sitting in this forum, how can we use this into the with respect to the system dynamics? How can we make use of that?
Yeah, very good question, I think. Data science can definitely be leveraged within system dynamics. So if you look at that causal loop diagram which I showed you, there are different variables, right? What does data science help us to do? Sometimes it helps us to show the relationship between various variables. You can mine the historical data, and you can design the real relationship between different variables of a causal loop diagram, right? So once you use that for your complex system, it will no more be a linear variable. It will be a variable which is derived from your data science techniques. So a lot of good work can be done by mixing different techniques of data science with system dynamics.
Sure. I'll have my one more question because we were talking about the decision making. Okay. When we are looking into the data and the data available to us, especially with respect to the advanced data visualization, how can that will be enhancing, the decision making process, especially for the diverse stakeholders, because we're talking about the smart cities and the mobilities. So, what will be your take on that?
See, uh, if you kind of take decision making as a goal, there are two aspects, right? One is understanding the system. Second is communicating aspects about the system to somebody. And visualization is the primary form of communication between a modeler or a data scientist and a policymaker or a stakeholder. So system dynamics definitely gives a lot of these same visualization techniques. I mean, the tools give that because ultimately a simulation generates a table of data, right? And you can use different visualization techniques to then capture that and show that data. Like you saw the graph, it was a time series graph. I could use a different graph, right? So different visualization techniques are ways of communicating the results of your model so that you talk about the policy impacts. So a modeler has to spend as much time in terms of communicating and selling his model as building the model. Otherwise the model will remain in a shelf, nobody will use it.
Sure. So this is my last query for the day for myself, especially when we will be getting into the big data. Okay. What sort of challenges, especially with respect to the parameter estimation and the validation of system dynamics model? So what will be, how can we address that?
See, simulations by nature are very parallelizable. So big data is something which you can handle well with simulations. Because if you just think about, no, there are two ways to deal with this, right? First is, you encapsulate the decisions between different variables as functions. So you don't have that entire big data sit inside your model, but you encapsulate it as a function after doing your data science, and then feed that into your system dynamics model and run it. The second thing is you figure out a way to parallelize your simulations. So, and then combine it. For example, I can give you an example. You can have, if you want to build a model for all of Bangalore traffic, right? You can have the notion of a model of models, right? So you can have a model for a certain area of Bangalore, and you can replicate it in various places, and you can run that separately, and then you can combine the results.
Sure. So I think that was really quite insightful, Abhijit, and I'm really glad that you are with us on board today. So on behalf of AICT, ATAL, and the senior management of St. Francis College, being me the coordinator of the entire ATAL FDP, I would like to, especially for the participants as well, thank you so much for accepting our
No worries.
then somehow you are here. So thankful to you that you are here and you have really shared a lot of information, which definitely it's think about. So thank you so much, and we look forward for many more collaborations like that in future. Thank you so much.
Pleasure is mine. Thank you.
Over to you, Vanda ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So we are now here for the next session, and I'm sure we are all excited to hear to Miss Devika. I would invite Miss Soumya to introduce our next speaker for the day. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vandana ma'am. Once again, good evening all. So I take this opportunity to introduce Ms. Devika Valsaraj, founder, Aham Leadership Consulting, Dubai, whose journey inspires and motivates all of us. Ms. Devika is an alumni of Jyotinivas College and completed her MBA degree from Hult International Business School. A seasoned HR with over 18 years of experience in MENAT region, Ms. Devika specializes in strategic HR initiatives across diverse industries. She has led COE functions, collaborated with C-suite leaders, and managed cross-functional teams across local and international entities. Recognized among Asia's rising 100 women power leaders in 2023, she has built agile HR teams, fostered inclusive cultures, and improved employee experience through innovative HR interventions. Having spent over 12 years at MR Group, Ms. Devika supported iconic projects like Burj Khalifa, MR Malls, MR Hospitality, and many more. As former Regional Director of People and Talent for MCN Middle East Communication Network, she was responsible for 7 global agency brands. Ms. Devika's expertise span across multiple industries: real estate, hospitality, manufacturing, HR tech, and advertising. Technologically proficient in Oracle, SAP, SuccessFactors, and Microsoft Dynamics, she holds certifications in Predictive Index, People Analytics, and Organization Analysis also. Ms. Devika serves as an advisory council member for Harvard Business Review and was an industry advisory committee member at the Higher Colleges of Technology Applied Media Department. Ms. Devika is not only a seasoned HR leader, but also a dedicated mother, motivational speaker, and a meditation enthusiast too. We are honored to have you here, ma'am, and look forward to hear from you. Thank you, and over to you, Devika, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction, Vandana. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari.
Looks like she's on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. You can continue, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Tiwari, for giving me this opportunity to speak to such an esteemed audience. I understand all of you come from academia. I hold anyone who partakes in sharing knowledge in the highest regard, because that's the best form of giving back. And thank you for joining this session. Before I begin, since we're going to be talking about policy regulation and smart or startup ecosystems for smart cities, I'd like to go in the tech space a little bit and interact with my audience, get to know you a little more. So if I may request all of you to log into www.menti, that's MENTI.com, and it will ask you for a code. Type in 8890-2550. Throughout the session, you'll be able to see this instruction, because I have promised Dr. Tiwari to ensure we will have an interactive session. So I'm going to be asking questions, and I would love to have your interaction as well. Okay, so if you have already logged in, I'm going to move on to my slides. So to get to know you a little bit, could I please ask for you to share with me what is your industry or subject specialty, just to understand who is in the audience today a little better. Commerce. So if you're in Menti, you can send your responses. So I have a professor, electronics, computer science, aviation, management. Amazing. Financial planning, risk analysis. Amazing. Entrepreneurship. It's only fair. You've heard my introduction. I get to know who is in the audience, aviation. Amazing. All right. So thank you for your responses. Now, I'd like to first begin with one more question. We've talked a lot about smart cities, but when you think about your ideal city, so you might be a young academician who is probably not yet started a family. You're thinking about settling down in a city. What do you think of? What word comes to your mind when you think of your ideal city? So not your ideal city, but how do you describe your ideal city? So, okay, you're from Mumbai, Pune, city of lakes, okay. Smart, inclusive. So how would you describe your ideal city? Growth, okay, you're looking for growth wherever you are. Comfort for a healthy life. Peace, I like that. I checked with my daughter. She's turning 13 this month, and she told me joy. She wants a place where she could feel joyful. Okay, solid waste management, okay. No traffic congestion. So yes, Bengaluru, I can agree on that piece. Okay, free from pollution, good waste management. Okay, now think about a community. So we all live in cities because we want to interact with people. It's not just us. We have people around us, people who we work with, organizations that are living in an ecosystem. So when you think about that, what words come to your mind? So peace was one of them. Any other thoughts? Peace, comfort. Okay, fast-paced. All right. So that was your ideal city. Now, when you put a prefix to that city, and that is smart city, what do you think about? You've heard all these amazing presentations. What comes to your mind? One word that defines a smart city. Safety, nice. Green, okay. Technology, environment friendly, agreed. Best in all terms, okay. Less pollution, similar, okay. Excellent. Developing, inclusive. I love how inclusivity is running through this theme. Okay, and internet. Nice. So for today's learning objectives, we are going to be focusing on what helps smart cities thrive and go deeper into John Paul Cotter's change management wheel for regulatory adaptation, discuss upskilling for future-ready talent, that's your domain, and briefly touch upon actionable insights for schools, universities, and corporates when it comes specifically to smart cities. So I love Peter Drucker. He's also the one who coined what gets measured gets done. And we're going to talk a lot about that as a follow-up from Mr. Abhijith's session on data science and analytics. So here from Peter, I'd like to talk about the best way to predict the future is to create it. And if you see from 2014 onwards, the trend has been that a lot of industries have come into this domain. Governments have hopped onto the bandwagon and have been pushing for smart city deployment. There's a lot of regulation in this space as well. So I'd like to draw your attention to one key figure. Maybe it's covered previously, but for those of you who are seeing this number, 68% is predicted to be the number of people who are expected to be living in urbanized areas across the world by 2050. What does that mean? It means that it's going to have added pressure on existing infrastructure, resources, services such as housing, transportation, we all know this, healthcare, and energy. And this is one of the reasons why governments specifically have decided that they would like to deploy the route of smart cities. That's why we are having this session as well. Now, I'd like to ask you, how many smart cities are there in the world? You can share it in comments. Any numbers? Okay. So smart cities have evolved as a theme over a period of time. It started with something as basic as having internet access to now we are looking at smarter systems for transportation, mobility, healthcare, cybersecurity, and efficient usage of resources and sustainability. Now, all these factors considered, the front runners, the people who were the flag bearers for this particular piece were Singapore and Amsterdam. Now, you must have already heard about this, but today, I would like to draw your attention to one specific case study. So whenever you do some research about smart cities and the cities that may not have done well, there are certain names that come up and there are certain common themes that come up. All right. So we're going to play a little video. It's 8 minutes long. It gives you a little bit of downtime as well. You've been on back-to-back sessions. So please listen in because I'm going to be asking questions right after this video. All right. Please let me know if you can hear this audio.
Have you ever wondered what it takes to build a city?
Yes, ma'am.
Join me on a journey as we delve into the fascinating story behind the creation of a city named Songdo. From its ambitious beginnings to its current status as a groundbreaking urban center. Discover how this city, built on reclaimed land along Incheon's waterfront, has integrated advanced technology, sustainable practices, and international influences to redefine urban living. Imagine this, a city emerging from the waters, rising from the mud, like a phoenix from the ashes. Positioned on revitalized coastal territory along Incheon's shoreline, a mere 19 miles southwest of Seoul, Songdo gleams with towering skyscrapers made of glass and steel. Curved walkways bend around the buildings, connecting them to green parks and sparkling waterways. Solar panels line rooftops, hinting at the city's focus on clean energy. This planned city is a vision of modern living, where nature and technology coexist seamlessly. But how did this marvel of urban planning come to be? Let's go back to the 2000s when rumors swirled about a bold plan. The government of South Korea, led by President Kim Dae-jung, was dreaming big, envisioning a whole new city rising from the waters of the Yellow Sea. But the roots of this dream go even further back, to the late 1970s and early 1980s, when talks of building a new city first surfaced. Yet, it wasn't until 1994 that the real work began with reclaiming land from the sea. In 2001, a historic moment unfolded as Incheon City teamed up with United States developers to breathe life into the vision. It was a leap of faith to look past the water and mud, envisioning a vibrant future. And from that determination, Songdo rose. Nevertheless, it was not a solitary dream. Behind the scenes, a cast of visionaries worked tirelessly to turn this vision into reality. A company that played a big role in building Songdo is Gale International. The company is owned by the Gale family, a dynasty of real estate developers. Their legacy traces back to 1922, when Daniel Gale founded the Daniel Gale Agency. In 1985, Daniel Gale's grandson, Stan Gale, established Gale International to focus specifically on international development projects. This move positioned them as a key player in shaping the futuristic vision of the city. They brought their expertise in real estate and urban planning, helping turn the government's aspiration into a real, tangible place. With determination and resourcefulness, the planning and construction of Songdo began. The first phase that had started in 2003 was completed in 2009. Challenges were faced, obstacles overcome, and milestones achieved as the city began to take shape. And so, after 12 years in the making and having spent approximately $35 billion, the city was ready to welcome its first citizens. For some, it was hard to imagine this area that was just underdeveloped mudflats 15 years ago was actually ready to become a livable city. With its stunning skyscrapers and famous landmarks, the cityscape is truly breathtaking. But there's more than just beauty here. The city's buildings are packed with cutting-edge technology and eco-friendly features that redefine urban living. In Songdo, technology isn't just a tool, it's a way of life, making everyday tasks easier and more efficient. Imagine waking up in the morning and adjusting your apartment's lights, temperature, and appliances with just a tap on your phone. It's like stepping into the future, where convenience meets sustainability. With high-speed internet covering every corner of the city, staying connected is effortless. Picture yourself sitting in a park, attending virtual meetings, or downloading a movie in mere seconds. But it's not just about convenience. Songdo is leading the way in innovation. Instead of waiting for buses, residents can hop on self-driving shuttles that navigate the city autonomously, using sensors and cameras to ensure safety. And when it comes to waste management, its pneumatic tubes whisk trash away underground, leaving the streets clean and quiet. The city's commitment to eco-friendliness is evident everywhere you look. Buildings are clad with solar panels that generate clean, renewable energy, reducing reliance on traditional sources and lowering carbon emissions. And with plenty of parks and pedestrian walkways, the city encourages residents to embrace alternative modes of transportation and enjoy the outdoors. One of the standout features of the city's architecture is its stunning skyline. Tall skyscrapers dominate the horizon, their sleek glass exteriors reflecting the sunlight in mesmerizing patterns of modernity. But it's not just about height. These buildings are also pioneers of sustainability. With its dedication to preserving our planet, the city sets a shining example for generations to come. Through LEED certification, a recognition awarded to buildings that meet stringent environmental criteria, it showcases sustainability in action, offering a glimpse of what's possible when innovation meets responsibility. Everywhere you turn, there are parks, green spaces, and places to relax and unwind. Whether you're taking a stroll or biking along the city's many paths, there's always something new to see and experience. Central Park, in particular, stands out as a cherished hotspot within the city with its vast expanse of greenery, peaceful lakes, and winding trails. It's a sanctuary amidst the urban landscape. Songdo is also a place where culture and knowledge bloom. Here, you'll find schools, colleges, and research centers buzzing with excitement and curiosity. People from all over the world come together to learn and explore. One shining example is Chadwick International School, a top-notch place for education with amazing teachers and modern facilities. They don't just focus on books, they help students become well-rounded individuals ready to take on the world. At Chadwick, students from different backgrounds learn side by side, showing how much the city values diversity and togetherness. It's a lively place where learning never stops. At just a short distance from Seoul, the city plays a vital role in the Incheon Free Economic Zone. Being part of this economic zone is significant. It means exciting growth opportunities, attracting investments from far and wide, and creating a bustling hub for businesses to thrive. With its prime location and futuristic infrastructure, the city is ready to take on the world and become a powerhouse of global economics. Living in Songdo is a unique experience. Smart homes cater to your every need and communal spaces buzz with activity. From serene morning yoga sessions in the park to leisurely evening strolls along the river, life in Songdo is anything but ordinary. As the sun rises, its influence reaches far and wide, inspiring cities worldwide in their pursuit of sustainability and innovation. Looking ahead, the city's future shines with endless possibilities as it keeps moving forward with new plans and projects on the horizon. From advanced technology to smart urban designs, it remains a dynamic and innovative center, ready to lead in the 21st century and beyond. With a focus on new ideas and protecting the environment, the city is all set to continue its amazing journey as one of the world's most innovative and livable places. As we conclude this journey through the remarkable city of Songdo, let's reflect on its futuristic urban marvels. Have you visited this innovative city, or perhaps you're curious about
So that was a very good way to encapsulate what was Songdo or is Songdo. Now, I have a question, because if you've been listening very intently and also watched this video, you would have noticed some startling inaccuracies in what was being shared. So I'd like to ask you, from whatever you've heard from the video, do you feel that the Songdo project is a success? Okay, so I have 1 yes, 2 yeses, okay. Any more? The rest are undecided. Maybe. Okay. So the project got completed in 2015. This video is from 2024. So it was recently released by the developers. Okay. Very interesting. All right. So the majority of you feel that it has been a success. So my dear audience, Songdo is a classic example that we cite when we're talking about lessons learned from smart city implementations that could have been implemented better. All right. And there are a couple of reasons why it did not meet its initial expectations. So it was launched with a promise that at least 300,000 people would be accommodated in that city. And since 2015, the last numbers were from 2021. There are less than 100,000 people living there. Now, I'd like to reflect on the first part of today's session, where I asked a simple question. When you think about your ideal city, you'd like to think about safety, security, peace, no traffic, no pollution. This city ticks all those boxes. But somehow it failed to attract people to come and inhabit that city. That's interesting, right? Let's delve deeper into why. One of the key pieces, and I'm sure all of us would agree, our neighbors matter. The community matters, right? And the issue was that when Songdo was announced by the former president, it was an iconic project. It was meant for all the right reasons, but the people who were involved in policy implementation, drafting, and even when you think about the developers, they were not from South Korea. They did not involve the community and the key stakeholders who would be part of bringing the city to life into this project at get-go. They've learned from it. This particular video makes you believe that things have changed. It is changing. They are implementing it. But one startling factor of Songdo not living up to its initial expectations was lack of community integration. Another piece is the high cost and exclusivity. So when you think about South Korea and you think about Seoul, which is a bustling center for activity, economic as well as the social cohesion piece, you think about a city like Songdo, which is far away. It's perceived as an elite enclave. It doesn't somehow connect with the ethos of the people who are inhabiting Korea. And if you see South Korea, it's the nuances of its culture are more on pedestrian walkways. You have small shops lining the streets. And somehow this city looks beautiful, very well planned, but just opposed from everything else that makes South Korea South Korea. And with that and the real estate cost, it just made it inaccessible for the vast majority of the inhabitants to come and inhabit the city. Another piece was the technology. Yes, now we all want great technology, great internet, all the good perks of having access to amenities. But what happened with this particular implementation was that it was so clinical, it felt more like a training lab versus an actual home for people. So they felt monitored, and to a large extent, most of the technology failed to meet the promises that they claimed. So initially, 5G hadn't been launched effectively in that area. So a lot of the IoT of the smart homes were not really working as well. So with mismatched expectations, disappointments, the PR strategy for launching Songdo didn't really go as planned. So with that, again, people felt this may not be the place I want to invest in for my home or for my business. Another very interesting piece, and if you notice in the video as well, you'll notice that there weren't enough people inhabiting that place. You can see it, right? And in certain areas, it felt like a ghost town. And you can imagine, if you were to move with your family to a place which is almost isolated, and you will see some examples even in other countries, some very famous ones in our country as well. When it's not inhabited appropriately, that feeling of community is missing. So that low population growth, again, led to this assumption that it's a ghost city. Things are changing. The government is working very hard on that, but that's another piece. And then, of course, and this is why we're talking about the policy regulation piece as well, engaging the private sector effectively means that making it easier for businesses to come and set up shop there. Because when businesses come, they bring jobs. With jobs come people who want to settle down so that it's easier for them to commute to their place of work. And with that lack of vision, somehow, they were not able to assist the private sector, especially the startups, as well as other ecosystems from an economic activity perspective to come and settle in the city. So you have a school, a university, but not enough to make it accessible for everyone to want to come and be part of Songdo. Another piece, and this is related to the lack of engaging the private sector, lack of jobs. No jobs, not many people motivated enough to come and settle in the city. And then this is the one that we were talking about earlier as well. The cultural misalignment is a key factor. When you're thinking about human-centered design, and this is applicable for those people who are from the management space as well, when you're thinking about companies as well, the culture plays a huge role. Every city, the most iconic of them, when you think about it, when you think of New York, when you think of Mumbai or Delhi or Bengaluru, there is a certain cultural nuance that attracts human beings to want to be part of that story. And somehow Songdo failed to materialize that or encapsulate that at get-go. We will talk about other cities and other cases as to how you can do it differently. But in this particular aspect, they checked all the boxes when you think of the theory of it. But that cultural piece that makes it uniquely South Korean or from a local adoption perspective was missing. When you think about the public engagement as well, people weren't as excited because they were not part of the entire process. They felt alien to the entire concept of Songdo when it was initially launched. Sustainability. Now, this was an interesting piece. So you would think that, okay, they're ticking the boxes, they have the solar panels, they're doing all the good things when it comes to LEED certified buildings. However, the cost of running all these amenities has a cost from a resource perspective, which again made it a very costly affair. It made the promise of being green and sustainable in question because people felt that the economic viability of this entire project a little bit wobbly because it didn't seem to be holding to the promise because there weren't enough people living there, firstly. It was very expensive to run the city and it was not very green. And here, for my marketing folks, is the tale of tall expectations and or over-promising and under-delivering. So to a large extent, the way it was planned, the way the entire change management process was implemented or rolled out, it created almost a spiral or a self-fulfilling prophecy of failure for the city, because the minute they were not able to show that they were attracting enough people, that minimum of 300,000 people started labeling Songdo as a failure, and it was written off. They're trying to change it with this video that we all saw, but that's another piece when you think about planning smart cities and the PR strategy around it. It needs to have a proper cadence. It needs to have little milestones, little wins that can be celebrated to help people feel that momentum of growth and success, which unfortunately, when it comes to Songdo's case, serves as a very cautionary tale and also a beautiful lesson in how not to cascade marketing efforts. So when you think about Songdo, things are looking very bleak now after we looked at what went wrong. I will share with Dr. Tiwari a link to what the residents have to say about Songdo in the most recent future. As in terms of 2024, things are not that bad. There are people living there, but it's a different type of audience that the city has been able to attract. I will not play that in respect to time, but this is a very interesting video to also listen to if you're curious about how Songdo is trying to save that investment and make sure they are able to get people to come in and settle. Now, having listened to all this, so we have talked about what is an ideal city, what is a smart city, why do we need it? We talked about what can go wrong when you implement a smart city. In your opinion, what would be the number one biggest challenge when you're developing smart cities? Community togetherness, yes. We talked a lot about it. Inclusivity, again, is coming back. It seems to be a running theme. Infrastructure, yes. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Integration, people care. So human-centered design. So we can follow the theory of it all, but when you're thinking about design management principles as well, you need to empathize with your end user. And the end user is the public, not the government, not the real estate folks who are investing in it, but the public who will be using all that infrastructure and all that goodness that you've planned to come to life. Okay, funds, huge piece. All right, thank you so much for that. So I asked that question, how many smart cities in the world? According to 2024 IMD Smart City Index, we have 142 completed smart cities. I'm sure we have many more in the pipeline. But from those 142, can you guess who is number one in terms of all that we've talked about? From a human development index, human-centered design perspective, from ease of use of technology, mobility. So just to give you a background, IMD, the Smart City Index, has a couple of parameters on how they rank different countries, but they have primarily 4 groups. So you have group 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in the next slide I'm going to share with you, you'll be able to see how each of the countries rank or the cities rank. So at number 1 is Zurich. So Zurich, Oslo, and Canberra have been on the leading front for the past couple of years. They've had a head start in terms of policy development as well, but you will notice that they are in the first group. Not very far behind is Abu Dhabi and Dubai. I come from UAE. I've been here for 31 years. They are at number 10 and number 12. And if you're curious to know where we have our Indian cities, they are at 106. Delhi is at 106. Bengaluru is at 109. So we have a lot of work to do on that front, but we are still on that list. So now when you talk about policy regulation and understanding that framework in relation to what we just spoke about in the previous case study and looking at that ranking, I'd like to bring, for your perspective, some insights from UAE, because I'm here, I see it happening. When I came, the concept of smart city was not at all there, but the government has taken very key initiatives to ensure that people are geared towards supporting projects which are developed for making the city smarter. There are projects that have not worked. For example, Mazda was a very expensive project that was rolled out. It's still there. However, it failed to attract the numbers that you need to quantify it as a successful city, but it's definitely ongoing, and it will be a success, as we saw with Songdo, with various iterations. But one key example that I'd like to draw your attention to is the Smart Dubai initiative. So here, rather than creating a separate city far away, what the government has done is that they initially rolled out, and this is at the UAE level, in 2014, Vision 2031. So with this vision, they were able to galvanize public support as well as from the government entities and the private sector in terms of looking forward to a way of operating as a city, as a country, where you're thinking about the future first. So you're thinking about readiness when it comes to data, in terms of AI, in terms of ethical guardrails, and those conversations are happening at get-go. And this is in 2014. They developed a ministry, cabinet ministry, you must have read it in the papers, for artificial intelligence, even before OpenAI came into the public domain. So that visionary mindset helps get people to start thinking differently. And another thing that the government did is to make sure that we are able to attract good talent from different parts of the world. If you don't have in-house talent yet, it's a very good idea to make your value proposition as a government entity from a policy perspective as well, to make it attractive for entities and entrepreneurs to come and settle in your country so that you can move with your goals. And at the same time, they can pass on those skills to your existing population. So they engage schools. So every school, my daughter goes to one of them, they have conversations around tech. How can they be entrepreneurs and come up with technology that can propel the country forward? From an organization perspective, there is an impetus or a support given to make sure that you're thinking from a smart first perspective. And the best part is that all the government entities, and this is where I'd like to talk about the vision to be the happiest and smartest city in the world. So it's not just about technologically savvy city, it's about being happy and identifying parameters that make your experience inside of a city blissful or happy. And for that, every government entity has a customer survey. So even if I pay my electricity bill, I have to give a survey as to how my experience was. Was I happy, sad, or neutral? And reasons why. So this way, they're gamifying the entire process and holding the public sector responsible for ensuring ease of business and ease of transacting with the government. Now, another thing that they've done is the Dubai Future Accelerators program, connecting startups with government entities directly so that they can iterate various projects that they can take on board to be more agile in adopting all the new tech that's coming up in the world. So rather than following, they are in a position of leading change globally. Implementation of startup visas, now it has gone to an extent where they have identified skills that are essential for the sustainability of this country, and they are making sure that those skills are given that much weightage, that if you have, say, a media experience and they want to have creative, culturally acclimatized individuals coming into Dubai, you get a golden visa. Similarly, for startups as well, the ease of business, the cost of setting up operations has been reduced so that they can attract different people from various global hubs to come and settle and share this technology with the city. Public and private partnerships for blockchain technology and AI has been increasing to a large extent. One startup example is Kareem. I use it. It has been evolving, and the government has been supporting them to a very large extent to be able to access technology, government services as well, and integrate different community services so that it's easier for regular folk to use this app and make the city more smarter and more efficient. And Dirk is another very famous app. It's an award-winning app. It's a startup that is gaining a lot of prominence in the traffic congestion management space as well. Now, of course, India, I'm sure you have talked about this in the previous sessions as well. There's a very good momentum in terms of the 100 Smart Cities initiative. I believe the deadline for it is next year, 2025. 13 smart cities already in play in India, 48 at 90% completion rate. I do believe that as long as the government and the private sector work hand in hand from a design thinking perspective, from a human-centered design perspective, we should be able to make it more accessible for the people who are going to be using these cities. And like the common theme for today's session, inclusive for everyone. So it's not just the elites who are able to access technology, but the common folk. And I think the Paytm is a beautiful example where it has democratized the use of technology for payments. And the same would be applicable in smarter cities where you're able to think about waste management, traffic management, mobility in a more human-centric manner. Germany is a very interesting case study. And if we were able to think about this from an Indian context as well, it would be very interesting because they have something called the Horizon Europe, which is a EU-wide smart city program. And each of the cities are looking at how they can collaborate across, just so that they not only confine their services and activities to just their country alone, but to the entire EU. Now, those were basically examples from various countries. There are so many out there, 142 of them, and the top 20. Out of that, I picked a few. But now we talk about smart city challenges and setting up startups in smart cities or for smart cities. What do you think would be the first, if you had to rank these 4 components, what would be the first most or the foremost challenge for setting up a startup ecosystem in a smart city framework? Okay. Access to funding, regulatory compliance, talent acquisition. I like that. Okay. Anyone else? Regulatory compliance. Okay. Okay. Anyone else? So market competition. Okay. All right. So when you think about what we spoke about, and this is where, yes, the regulatory compliance comes in. But when you think about the example that I shared about UAE, governments taking a lead when it comes to making it easier for businesses to come and set up shop. Yes, the regulatory compliance needs to be a little more flexible to allow more incubators, more hackathons, to encourage individuals to start iterating and experimenting in this space. But more than that, and this is where the long-term perspective is required, ensuring that we are investing in talent upskilling. Thank you to St. Francis College for doing this specific session as well, having more such discussions so that there are individuals in schools and universities now thinking about how can I create tech that's going to make my city or future cities in the countries I'm living in more smarter. And there are certain skills that will be required. Data science is one of them, but there are so many more that we'll talk about. But access to funding, it can be mitigated because, as you might have seen with the Songdo experience as well, $35 billion were set aside for that entire project. That's a massive amount. So there are people, there are real estate developers and governments who value this. However, it's not just about the funds. It is to make sure that the right investment is put in at the grassroots level to educate and ready people and mindsets to adopt the type of technology that is coming up. And that will propel the next wave of innovation when it comes to livable cities. I frown upon just thinking about smart cities. Again, from a management background, when you think of smart, you think of smart, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. But that's not what we are thinking about cities. When you think about a city, when you think about a place where you want to dwell, where you want to live, you're thinking about community. You want livable cities. And while you're living in those cities, if amenities are freely available, easily available, you feel safe in those cities, and you're able to commute from point A to point B with maximum ease, with minimum delays, that's amazing. But we're looking at livable cities and having technology as an enabler, not a leader, but as an enabler. And I think that's where the entire conversation needs to go. And that's where upskilling will play a huge role, because the more we have AI, the more we have the tech billionaires trying to go to Mars. We need to make sure that we have individuals who are emotionally intelligent, who are able to critically think about, or at least fearlessly dream about, how to bring about tech in today's world to make cities and communities more livable and more sustainable. So it's not just about the tech. Now, moving forward, and this is where I'd like to introduce Kotter's change management wheel. Please give me a thumbs up if you have already gone through this framework in the past. Yes? No? If it's new, I'll quickly cover this in bite-sized session slides, because I'm also conscious of our time. But John Paul Kotter from Harvard coined this piece as a good framework to analyze how we are approaching change management. Now, when you think about different complex scenarios, either in an organizational context or from a community or a government level, at the end of the day, you have stakeholders, you have point A and point B that you need to go to from point A to point B, and there would be potential obstacles along your way. It could be resistance to change, which is the usual case. But apart from that, the lessons learned from the Songdo experience as well is the ability for us to select the right stakeholders who need to be engaged at get-go to ensure that by the time you have implemented that change, you have a change that sticks and it is palatable for everyone who's going to be part of it. So one is a very strong call to action that is creating a sense of urgency. The next would be identifying who are your allies when it comes to driving that change. That's your coalition. Develop a vision and a strategy, and of course, tactical milestones that you're going to give to your PR team to celebrate those small wins that you're going to achieve. So it's not just about the big goal, the audacious, ambitious goal, or the very clinical strategy. It's something that needs to pivot especially given that in the past decade or so, we have also witnessed a lot of things that have changed. We have moved past VUCA. It's constantly getting disrupted. There are quite a few wars happening all around us. And at the same time, we've also experienced a pandemic as a generation. So there's so many things happening. So with that, I do believe that vision and strategy are important because you need to know where you need to go. You need to have at least a framework in terms of how you're going to get there, but also ensuring that you have tactical milestones that you can pivot, that you can adapt so that you're able to get to that point. And then looking at the regulatory compliance, making sure that, again, with all these advents in technology, there is a lot of risk that comes in because it's a new domain. So you're thinking about how, from an ethical framework perspective, how do we protect people's data from a data privacy perspective, from a protection from misuse of data by government entities as well? How can you make it more transparent so that people want to be part of this and don't feel like they are going to be controlled and monitored if they were to come in and set up shop in a city, which is smart. And moving on, let me go into each of them. Some examples could be in terms of, and this is what's happening with most of our governments. If you see everyone's pushing for sustainability, going green, that's climate change, ensuring that we don't lose out in terms of the type of technological innovation that's happening around us in other parts of the world. So there are different calls to action that the government can deploy. In terms of guiding coalition practices, now here's where I think engaging different minds, and this is one of the things that I believe this ATAL program is also doing, is to make sure academia are thinking about this when they are engaging with young minds as well, and corporates, in terms of ensuring that policies or regulations are being drafted with these key stakeholders as well in mind. So you are ensuring that every voice in the room is heard, it's inclusive. You are ensuring that people are not segregated. We do not want to have policies that are going to make a few individuals or a vast majority of the individuals in certain countries left behind because they are not able to accept or adopt technology that was not designed for them. And then we talk about creating compelling visions that get people excited about a bigger picture that they are all running towards, communicating it. And this is where the whole marketing piece comes in. Talk about the vision, sell it, but at the same time, talk about realistic expectations, having regular communication cadences throughout the community. So it's not just through bold campaigns and social media channels and influencers, but also involving the community so that you're building certain rituals around what you're trying to achieve. People stay motivated longer for that change. Otherwise, there's a lot of energy that comes in and then it starts fizzling out over a period of time. And then you're talking about making sure that you empower individuals, hold people accountable, and you're iterating and scaling small changes. So you have a big plan, but try to see if there is a possibility of taking a smaller cohort, testing it, iterating it, and then scaling it into a large, broad-based rollout. So this could be in the sense of what Dubai is doing, where they're not necessarily having a separate city by itself. They're also implementing little initiatives that are making life more easier for people, accessing government services more easier for people. So these are small iterations that go a long way in helping them learn through that process because they're getting real-time human-centered feedback, and then they're able to scale their learnings across the other Emirates as well. And then generate short-term wins. We've been talking about this. So the low-hanging fruits, wherever possible, identifying them and celebrating them to give people confidence that this project is on a positive upstream. consolidate gains and drive that change. So for that, make sure that, for example, if you're developing policies, iterate it with a younger cohort. We have the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas now. What makes sense now versus what will make sense 10 years from now will be very different. And having these stakeholders involved in this entire piece will make sense for us if we have to start thinking ahead. So again, going back to the Songdo experience, it's not just about a short-term vision. For a city to be sustainable, to thrive, you need every stakeholder, including the young ones who will want better ease of doing business as a startup as well. They are the future entrepreneurs, the experimenters, dreamers, the future Elon Musks. I'm not sure about the political ideology, but at least from a technology perspective, encouraging them as well and consolidating all these different policy considerations could be one of the pieces when you're driving that change. And of course, culture. It's something that we have seen in organizations. It can be scaled from a city perspective. So what makes Bengaluru special is the people and the different things that happen along with being part of that city, the cultural elements, the concerts, and the art exhibitions, and of course the weather, and all the little things that make a city beautiful and livable. Try to also think about how you can have those rituals to help embed a sense of belonging in the community where people want to come and relocate into your smart city. So thinking about that from a change management framework, from a design thinking perspective, from a human perspective, to make smart cities livable cities is something to definitely think about. I can share a more detailed case study on the Cotter's Wheel, especially from a spokes perspective, or the 10 elements of cascading information and getting your stakeholder buy-in. I'm not going to talk about it in this particular session because we can spend the entire day then. But I can share that with Dr. Tiwari for all of you if you're interested. And we talked about from a large-scale perspective, if you're driving change, but from an individual perspective, when you're dealing with different stakeholders, and there are different communities, especially when you're talking about inclusivity and diversity, there are different cultures, cultural nuances that you need to think about. And here you need to have the right people on board who are driving these policy changes, where they understand from an ADKAR model. I'm sure most of you would have heard of the ADKAR piece: awareness, desire, knowledge, agility, and reinforcement. From an individual perspective, what makes them tick? From a marketing fundamental perspective as well, getting them excited about that change, making them want to be part of that change, giving them the knowledge. And that's what we're doing today as well through all these sessions, helping them want to learn more about the change that is coming, equipping them with tools and competencies that will help them deploy that knowledge meaningfully to drive that change. And of course, reinforce, celebrate quick wins, celebrate the people who are leading the way, and at the same time, get endorsements from cultural ambassadors to make sure that you are branding this change positively. And then, of course, when you think about this, it comes to my favorite piece. What do you think are the key skills for the future? So we've talked about smart cities, smart ecosystems for startups. From your perspective, my dear audience, what do you think would be the key skills that we need to make sure that we are able to drive this change effectively? Anyone? What skills? Data science could be one. Anyone? Understand society? Yes. Sustainability? Yes. change management, yes, decision making from the last session that we listened to, people management, super important, cannot be understated at all. What else? Innovation, okay. Innovation and research. Upskilling with the lates. Do you want to elaborate on that? Okay, designing, social and cultural. Amazing. Okay, all of you are thinking on the same line. So, of course, there are technical skills. So, yes, data analytics and AI, IoT development, cybersecurity, understanding of blockchain technology, green tech and sustainability solutions that you've identified here, urban planning and smart design, hardware and software that is required for smart homes, smart cities as well, project management. Okay, I'm looking for one specific one. Anything else? AI, definitely a big piece. We need to conquer this monster that has come into our lives, which is rapidly evolving. What else? Digital marketing, growth hacking, emerging technology. Anything else? So with all this tech, we were talking again about moving from smart cities to livable cities and to have livable geospatial technology, yes.
I'm looking for the green practices, most probably.
Yes, sustainability is a huge thing, definitely, but affordable, sustainable technology. So how can we look at ways where we can make more greener cities, but at the same time more affordable for the vast majority of our countries? So with all this technology and all this smart thinking, we also need emotional intelligence. So people management, yes. To support people management, I think the critical skill for the future is emotional intelligence. We've been talking about it all this while for almost a decade now as well, but it's going to be even more important because the more disconnected we get when it comes to having a human interface, if we need to have ecosystems where we live, where we reside, where
Devika, I think the
yes?
message come direct to me from Sneha. She has responded to you understanding human psychology and inclusivity.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Sneha. That's what I was looking for. And I think this is the piece that's going to really propel our society forward, our species forward as well. If you see, for my daughter, for example, most of her friends, they meet and interact online. So they have Roblox. Many of our virtual meetings these days happen not just on Teams, but also on a virtual environment. So with all that, we are somehow losing that human element. And that is something that we need to protect. So the more we move into startup ecosystems, we move into making sure that it's easier for us to, or enable human beings to come together and thrive as a community and a society. We need to also make sure that we are able to live together as a community and not wage wars all over the place. So one key skill that I'd like to leave with all of you as a thought or thinking point, thanks to Sneha as well, is that understanding of human psychology, but also emotional intelligence, delving deeper into that piece, because once you know who you are and your self-awareness is more fine-tuned, you're able to interact and show up in the world as better citizens, be it in wherever iterations you find yourself in a smart city, in a virtual city, in the metaverse. So the conversations can go all over. So again, with that, I would like to conclude my session. Thank you again for being an amazing audience, very interactive, I must say. Thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Tiwari. And if you have any other questions, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Devika, thank you so much for an engaging and enlightening session that we had today. In fact, the case studies that you shared made it super easy to understand, especially the significance of talent acquisition and the quarters wheel. And the very key takeaway, I must say, is the emotional intelligence. Thank you very much. We truly appreciate the effort you put into making this session so valuable and inspiring for all of us. Thank you, ma'am. Pankaj, ma'am,
Thank
over to
you.
you.
Yes, I was just looking for some of the reflections. In the meanwhile, we will be taking up the questions as well from participants. See, this is a fair and opportunity to interact with Devika directly. If some of you, or if you want me to announce your name, I would really urge you to interact and check with her if you have any specific queries, because what happens is we'll not get these kind of opportunities, so maybe quickly I'll be calling on some of the names, and if you feel that you are the one, you please kindly raise your hand. It will help us to understand, because it's almost like 217 participants on Zoom call now. Anirban Paul. Vanda ma'am, can you please give a like unmute all so that they can, because what
Yes,
happens
yes.
is it is
Just give me a
for
minute.
everyone, looks like.
I'm just doing it. Yes.
Yes, yes. Anusha ma'am, Anusha N ma'am.
Participants can unmute themselves when your name is called. Miss Anusha, would you like to give your
Good evening, everyone. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good
Yes,
evening.
ma'am.
Anirban is there, I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Anusha ma'am, you can continue, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It was very insightful session, ma'am. I'm very happy that I attended the session. Thank you so much for all your inputs, ma'am.
Thank
All
you.
right. Anirban, you want to continue, please?
My name is Adya.
Hello. Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, your session is so awesome, and it's like I am first time using this Mentimeter along with this the presentation. So it was like very much quite interesting, and it was like keeping us on the loop, like what you're saying and what we are connecting. So it was the session is so what to say, it's like a very interactive one through online, and your voice is so good, and the vocabulary, everything whatever you said, no, it was like everything was very new to me, and in between I was like going and checking in the Google for it's like what is the meaning of this. Okay, let me go and look out. So it was really a great session, ma'am. Thank you so much, and I really loved, and also thanks to St. Francis College for arranging this wonderful one session, ma'am.
Devika, you are on mute, I believe.
Hello, ma'am.
Is that Anirban?
Yes, anyone is present.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Everything was so beautiful, preciously presented. So I loved every topic in it. Actually, I have done computer engineering, so I like about startups, and also I have learned many things, and it was beautifully given knowledge about it. So I definitely enjoyed.
Thank you
Sure,
so much
thank
for the
you.
feedback. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I can see
Anirban,
Lena.
Nadia.
Lena and ma'am.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
Dr. Leena Nair, Ms. Devika, and I am an associate professor in economics in Jyotinivas College.
Oh.
So I'm so happy to see you online and to see that our students are doing so well. Very proud of you. And
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And your session was truly engaging. I enjoyed the way you interacted with all of us. a topic that we have been doing for the past 5 days. It is not easy to be among the last speakers when we would have covered a lot of topics. The theme would have got covered. But what you did was quite engaging as well as new. So congratulations and thank you, St. Francis College, for an excellent FDP program.
Thank you so much.
I think, Leena ma'am, that's a win when we hear from the experts, especially from the Jyoti Nivas College.
Yes.
And I'm really delighted that Devika is also one of the alumni. So,
Yes, I think it's
so
BBA. Probably you did BBA.
BBM. I did my BBM.
Oh, you're the university batch.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
all right. So thank you, Leena
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Let's take a couple of more and then we'll break for the day. Bhargavi N, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Your session was very wonderful. And being from a computer science background and you giving insights about it and talking about how the end-to-end meets in our sustainable development, everything was really good. And the organizers, I really tell that they've done a great job in picking up the resource people. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhargavi.
Sure. I can read some of the comments in the chat box. Dr. Priyanka, I believe she was mentioning the session was quite insightful. So I believe, Devika, you have made so many followers, and I'm sure not many fan followers for you on the LinkedIn will be very soon. So in the interest of time, I have one or two questions, if you allow me, because I was carefully listening about the Cotter's wheel, and I was just trying to understand in human psychology perspective, how will you relate that? Because that's where I think the future dynamics relates to. So if you want to give your perspective, Devika.
Of course. And this is where I use the Cotter's wheel for most instances. Of course, it is a clunky process in the sense that if you look at it from a framework perspective, but if you're thinking from a plan perspective, when I deal with CEOs and I am trying to help them understand how they need to engage with different stakeholders, it's a good guide. It helps to point out the human framework where you need to get buy-in from the right coalition members, because every organization, and I'm sure when you look at it from a high level perspective in a community as well, you have key influencers who need to buy into the change you're trying to drive. And for that, you need to first deploy your empathy. You need to also understand or be able to clearly articulate what's in it for them, so that you can have them on board and in turn convert them into your loudest advocates when trying to deploy change. So Cotter beautifully puts it, because sometimes you miss these pieces. You're on a very tight schedule to roll something out, and you might just miss out ensuring that you've done that due diligence to check if all those key stakeholders have been involved at get-go so that your project is a success. So that's my 2 cents on
Okay,
that.
so one last thing, because I just wanted to quickly check on, because our theme is lying across the entrepreneurship and with respect to the startup ecosystems. So
yes,
if I'm applying the Cotter's steps for change, so what challenges I might face, because being an entrepreneur and I'll be into this kind of ecosystem, and if I'm facing any sort of challenges, I'm sure there will be many, I cannot count on that. But how to manage those challenges very effectively, if you want to give your take on that, Devika.
Okay, so there are 2 facets to it. One, the change management piece is at a more broader level because you're driving policy formulation. But if you're an individual entrepreneur and you want to get into this space, so it could be in a smart city or you are preparing for a future smart city offering. So it could be a smart home or an IoT kind of a product development. You're thinking about first and foremost, and that's why my company is called Aham as well. You need to go into the core of it. So change management, one part. but you first think about your golden circle, the why behind the what, and then defining the how of getting that what done. So that means, okay, you want to get this technology out there, but why do you want to get into this field? You're an entrepreneur. Are you really passionate about this technology? What solution or what problem is it actually solving? Because you need, as an entrepreneur, there are days when it gets very difficult and you need something that comes from within to keep you motivated, to keep on that path. So my recommendation would be to first do that homework. You might be the most brilliant developer and you have a great idea that you want to get out into the market, but you need to know if you are getting into it as an entrepreneur, as a founder, and you want buy-in, you want funding, that why has to be crystal clear. And it has to come from inside. And you need to spend enough time to be sure of, okay, this is the problem my solution is going to solve. And then from there, you can develop n number of products. And from there, you can also develop the how. And that how, you can have different frameworks and tools to enable that how. I hope that answers
Sure.
your question.
Yeah, very much. And because we have many researchers also sitting in this forum, because with respect to the stakeholder management, because that is very, very important, especially when it comes to the smart cities and mobilities and anything to do with it. How this Cotter's wheel of change perspective, can be applied, particularly when we are want to, give your perspective, Devika, on that. I think that will be my last question for today.
Okay, all right. So the framework is there, but if you want to go into more details, and this is something that I keep noticing with a lot of professionals, is that they fail to do one little homework, and that is to understand the cross-cultural understanding of those stakeholders. So if they're coming from different backgrounds, different nationalities, different demographics, have you done the research to identify? In fact, that was, I think, my project in JNC as well, cross-cultural business behavior, where you, for example, if you're dealing with someone from UAE versus someone from Lebanon versus someone from Saudi Arabia, it's different. Though they're all Arabs, the way you deal with them, how you talk to them, not just about the optics, how you dress, but the words that you use, the topics that you discuss would differ. And you need to do that homework, not just when you are trying to build that coalition, even if you're trying to do business, it always helps to understand your audience and also the cultural nuances that go behind how they build rapport and how they are able to build trust with you. So that's one key piece, and many people miss that. Coming from different parts of the world or different cities or different backgrounds, you need to understand and adapt your approach to who is in front of you so that you can build that rapport. And that, when you come back to what's in it for them, it's more easier to define because you have understood their psychology and their cultural observances. I hope that helps.
Sure. So yes, very much, Devika. So thank you so much. And Devika, before we move on to the vote of thanks for you, but I being a coordinator, it's my responsibility to check with our experts as well who are with us, like you, especially from internationally. What is your reflection? Because you have been following us through from the last 5 days, and today is the last day off, and especially yours is the last session for this ATAL FDP. What is your take on this? How did you find together, and what is your reflection on that, Devika?
I think, Dr. Tiwari, firstly, kudos to you and your team for pulling this mass event together. It's not easy, especially with all our different time schedules, including mine. I've been very packed in the past couple of weeks, but kudos, firstly. Secondly, I think it's a very important topic that we need to tackle at this point. The timing is very good. And education plays a huge role. And I see this as an HR professional as well. When I'm working with different caliber of talent, it's what conditioning that you're able to impart that actually helps them either be coming or approaching challenges with a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. And programs like this help people broaden their perspective and start thinking about what can I do better? What can I contribute to the society? To be honest, I've only had time to listen to the last session for mine.
Sure. I think
But
I'm really
found
privileged to have you around, Devika. So over to Karthik sir. Are you available or?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see.
Very much.
Yes,
Hi,
sir.
Devika. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Karthik.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah. From the chat itself and the accomplishments or it's been posted in the chat that we can easily make out. The session was worth listening to everybody on the topic policy regulation and startup ecosystem in smart cities. On behalf of ACT, St. Francis College, coordinators, and everybody over here, thank you so much for your presence and sharing the knowledge with every one of us. So thank you so much. So please accept our gratitude as a token of appreciation. Thank you so much, Devika, for accepting our invite and being here for this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Karthik. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you.
Yes, very much. We are also privileged, Devika. So thank you so much. And we'll look forward to collaborate more like this in future. Thank you so much.
Looking forward. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. So participants, because we'll be getting into the valedictory, we will take the 10 minutes break now and then we will continue. So please don't log off from the Zoom. Please logging in, continue. We'll be again recording the session. So kindly be around and we'll be moving to the valedictory.